to the Christian community.
Right.
I could care less.
Yeah. That's awesome.
I left them long ago, and and there was just so much tumult in the church, and it's just eating each other and pointing fingers at other slightly different Christian views, and just talking trash left and right. And as I walked out of that, it was like walking out of a storm. It's just peaceful.
Right.
Finally peaceful, and I can just study what I want, how I want, when I want, where I want. That's how it happens in all these big cities, and it should be a lesson to all of us that we can all get stuck in these hive minds.
Right.
Whether it's religious,
regardless,
philosophical, or anything.
Right.
And something I always tell people is when you're studying something that sounds interesting, first thing you should do is jump on YouTube or something and just type it in and then just throw debunk at the end. If you start sharing with this with somebody who already knows the debunk, you just look like an idiot.
Yeah.
Paul just took over Christianity.
Okay.
And I don't think he was warranted to do that.
So you think he was like a satanic plant put in there to kind of to throw things in disarray?
I think he was a Pharisee of Pharisees who loved the idea of blood sacrifices. Okay. And I think he had an epiphany one day and claimed that it was God telling him that, Jesus was a human sacrifice. Even though Jesus himself says, I do not desire sacrifice. I don't like sacrifice. The disciples didn't write the Gospels. They had a lot of pseudepigraphic work, meaning they wanted to use names that people thought might be the Gospel.
So you don't think like Matthew was written by Matthew?
Not the disciple Matthew, absolutely not.
Just some other guy named Matthew.
Yeah, or ghostwriter used the name Matthew to make people think it was Matthew.
Right. That's what sounds like you're getting at.
Yeah.
Like they wanted people to think it was written by Matthew the disciple.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Thanks for showing up for another episode of the Why Can't We Talk About That podcast. Today's episode is pretty awesome and contains one of the most interesting theological discussions that I have ever had on this show. But first, please don't forget to leave a review of this podcast. I am told that this helps others find the podcast in some way. Also, please send me an email and tell me stuff. I get really excited when I hear from listeners, so do some good in the world and make me a happy guy. Lastly, if you or someone you know wants to be a guest, please send me an email and let me know. The email address is whycan'twetalkaboutThat@proton.me. Now for today's discussion. My guest today is Ryan Edwards, someone I have known since junior high school, but haven't talked to in over 20 years. He is a licensed land surveyor, researcher of the esoteric, and disc golf extraordinaire. Ryan and I have gone down some interesting spiritual paths in our lives thus far. At times, those paths have been right in line with each other, while other times they couldn't be further apart. This was one of the more fascinating spiritual discussions that I have ever had with someone, so when you get to that part, I suggest that you eat your Wheaties and then buckle up. We went extra long on this one, and we weren't even done yet. We talked so long that Ryan's voice started giving out by the end. We both agreed to have him come back and do a second episode, picking up where we left off. So for all of you who were left wanting, look for that follow-up episode in the future. But for now, enjoy part one of the conversation.
So how long have you been doing this now?
2 years, I think. Season 1 just had 13 episodes because it was a total trial run. I had no idea I still don't know what I'm doing. But I mean, I didn't know what kind of response.
I've listened to a few. They sound great.
Have you? Okay, cool. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Of my buddies, Dan and Jared.
Dan, which Dan? I've had like 10 Dans.
Yeah. My buddy Dan Pancratz.
Oh, Pancratz. Okay, yeah, he was a fun one.
My brother-in-law, Jared.
Yes. That was a fun one, too.
I listened to a couple other ones. It's just good natural conversation.
Yeah, it's fun.
And the fact that you called it, why can't we talk about this?
Yeah.
It's like, okay, I can do that. I don't want to. If it was called orthodoxy, I would not be on here.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's not what it's about. It's about, just whatever ideas, whatever thoughts, whatever, and it's kind of fun to hash stuff out, you know, and that's that kind of the idea behind the name was obviously because two of the topics are spirituality and politics, which people say, whatever you do, don't talk about that with anybody because it's like taboo, right? And I'm like, well, why not? Why is it so hard to have a discussion without trying to tear each other's throats off, you know?
Maybe I'll test you on that.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so, dude, really. Yeah. So, well, you're looking pretty fit, man. You've been taking care of yourself, looks like.
Yeah, I always try. It's just part of life.
Yeah, well, not for everybody. That's not part of my life. I'm like, what's good to eat? Yeah, I mean, I've done different diets here and there and stuff. I'm working out. I don't do working out. Maybe I need that. Maybe that's my problem. But
dude, you used to be a tennis player.
I know. And as soon as I quit doing that, tennis and basketball, as soon as I stopped playing, that's when you had my first couple kids, and then weight started going on. Now I go out and I try to play rec sports and stuff. Dude, it's like not pretty. I mean, I'm just going to get hurt left and right. And it's like, I'm too old for this, you know? But then I know guys,
bro,
I know.
Set some goals.
I know.
Set some goals. I'll help you out if you want.
Okay. All right. What do you do? Do you like,
I actually do really easy.
You hit the gym kind of stuff or at home gym?
I did gym from time to time here and there, but now I'm just at home and between just kind of watching what you eat, and that becomes habitual, watching what you eat.
Okay.
And then my workouts are just get it done.
Okay.
Kind of like at the end of the day before I take a shower, I'll just hit it hard for 20 minutes.
Okay.
8 sets of pull-ups.
Okay.
In 15, 20 minutes.
Wow.
I got this huge pump on. I'm feeling good.
Okay.
It took 15, 16 minutes. The next day, just do the same thing, but with push-ups.
Pull-ups are these ones or these ones?
These ones.
Okay, with your hands like this.
Hands facing your chin.
Those are harder.
For some people, it's easier because you're using more biceps.
Okay. Yeah. I don't even know if I could do one of those anymore. I have to try it.
Just work out at home, and I play a lot of disc golf.
Oh, okay.
So I'm getting my steps.
At least you get your walking in, doing that. You play over here at Waller?
Yeah.
Okay.
My activities have gone from extreme
to not so much.
Just
awesome.
Ultimate frisbee, diving, smashing into people, and mountain biking, dropping these huge cliffs and ledges, jumps, and just pushing the limit.
That's gnarly.
Snowboarding, 70-foot jumps.
So you and Jared probably are similar then. Jared would talk about a lot of that stuff.
Oh yeah, Jared did a lot of that stuff.
He's hardcore.
The mountain biking and ultimate, we would go crazy. And Dan and I would go snowboarding and just push each other. We'd have a blast.
Nice. That's so cool.
And
have you known Dan since high school?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
We didn't hang out much in high school. It was
Okay.
more when we hit the Christian scene.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That we started hanging out.
Gotcha.
And after, we would do Thursday night hangouts with just the bros every Thursday night.
Okay.
That was really cool. We did that for 5 to 10 years on and off.
Why did it stop? What happened? I think you need to start it back up again and invite me.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Well, we would we'd bring the drinks and we just have a good old time drinking. And
oh, is that part of why you stopped?
Well, I quit drinking during COVID.
Okay.
Where a lot of people tell me that's when they drink the most.
Right. Yes.
It's like, well, if I'm not hanging out with my friends, this is a perfect time to quit.
Right.
So
because you're more of a social drinker.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I drink here, there, and everywhere.
Okay.
By myself.
Okay. So not just social then.
No, but socially was a huge trigger.
Yeah.
So if I'm not gonna hang out with people and I know I should quit, then that was the perfect time.
Okay.
And it was.
Do you feel like you had a problem ever? Like, was it hard for you to quit? Like 2 years later, do you still feel like you want to drink, or are you?
No, not anymore. But
okay.
I definitely. I drank too much.
Okay.
Every day.
Okay.
I was like, dude, I need to nip this in the bud.
Yeah. Yeah. As you get older, it's kind of like this can become a problem.
Very functional. Didn't affect work or my kids, but my wife would get pretty pissed off.
Okay. So you how long have you been married?
20 years.
Okay, nice, dude. And you have how many kids?
2.
Okay. Your wife and your kids come to the library sometimes. I've seen them in there. But she had come to the library one time. This is years ago. This is like That's probably at least 10 years ago. And she was getting a library card, and I don't know your wife. I never knew her before. I had no idea that she was married to you or anything. And she said something about, oh, my husband's name is Ryan, because I had my name tag on. And I go, oh, and I'm thinking, I know quite a few Ryans in town, right? And I said, oh, and then I had to look at, because she had her ID, because I was getting her library card. And I said, oh, Ryan Edwards is your husband? She goes, yeah. I go, yeah, I went to high school with him. First thing out of her mouth, streaker, right? I said, no, well, yes, but actually I knew him also at Calvary. And she goes, oh, good. Finally somebody knows him from something good like that, And it was just like, it's always like the first thing people say when they hear your name. They're like, oh man, that was the guy that streaked the rally.
Oh man, I have a lot more accolades than that.
I would hope so. That's funny. Yeah, that's probably not the one thing you want to be known for. That was pretty ballsy, though. I mean, it really was. I mean, that's. I would have never have done that. I would.
No, I'm not ashamed of it. It was fun.
Yeah.
It was a blast.
You got pretty busted, though, right?
It overshadows everything else.
Yeah.
I didn't get busted, but like 3 days later, they were doing all the groundwork and figured out it was me.
Okay. Which means they asked people probably because you were wearing it. There was no way that else they would have known because you had the ski mask on.
They narrowed down to a few people.
Okay. That was funny. I remember right after that happened, we were all trying to figure out like who it was because we didn't know either. We were like, "What in the world?"
I was involved in conversations, and we're all trying to figure out who it was.
Oh, that's even better. You're just playing dumb, like, dude, I wonder who that was, man. Oh, it's too funny. But anyway, so. So I've seen your wife and kids come in sometimes to the library. So I've seen them. How old are your kids now?
13 and 14.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, he's 13 and she's about to turn 15. Are you kidding me?
Woo-wee.
Wow. Yeah, they're 22 months apart. So for 2 months they're 1 year.
Okay. So you guys waited a little while after getting married.
Yeah.
To have some kids.
Yeah, we're on the 5-year plan.
Okay. Well, that's pretty good, man.
Yeah, it worked out.
We started a little earlier. I was 19. My wife was at the time girlfriend was 17.
Wow.
So yeah, it wasn't our plan anyway. It wasn't what we were hoping for at that time in life, but started early. So we have 4. That oldest, that first one is 26 now. She's married. Then we got a 22-year-old son and a 16-year-old daughter and a 14-year-old son. So our younger 2 are closer to your 2 ages. So. Yeah, it's fun stuff,
Never
man.
a dull moment.
Yeah. And you got one of each, boy and a girl?
Yeah.
Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's cool. Best of both worlds.
Yeah, it's a fun family. It's just constant laughing and bickering. Mm-hmm. It's wild.
That's awesome. That's so much fun.
So full of energy.
Oh, I bet. Is he the older or the younger?
Younger.
Okay. Yeah. Is he like you, kind of a daredevil, kind of wanting to do all the dangerous stuff?
No. No. Maybe it's because he doesn't have an older brother, and I did, and I would try to always impress his friends.
Okay.
So in terms of daredevil stuff, I was like 2 or 3 grades higher than everybody else in my grade.
Yeah.
Because my brother would be rolling me down these hills in a tire and stuff like that, making me crawl down these tubes.
Okay.
Storm drain tubes that were like 18 inches. See how far you can go.
That's so awesome.
And just wrestling and fighting.
Yeah.
I was.
So you're the baby?
Yeah.
Because I didn't know you had I knew you had an older sister because she went to school with us too. But so your older brot's
Yeah, he's older. 3 years older, and she's right in the middle.
Okay.
But yeah, my son is not as daredevilish.
Okay. But, how about your wife? She kind of more not as wild and crazy as you?
No, not at all.
Okay.
No, my daughter is an animal though.
Oh, nice. So she takes more after you, and then
my daughter takes more after me. The daredevil athletic, and I knew that from the beginning when they were doing the mutton busting.
Oh, nice.
The rodeo.
Yeah.
And my daughter somehow got on 3 years in a row, and she was always first or second.
Okay.
And she would hold on to that thing, and she would not let go until she dragged that thing down, and she came up with handfuls of wool in her hands, just standing up, and the crowd's just going nuts. And then my son would go, and he'd get bucked off in the first.
Oh, no way.
The first little buck, mini buck.
Yeah.
And he'd lay on his back until somebody picks him up. I'm like, well, there you go. Every child is different. There's not much we can do. We can kind of we can kind of sand the edges of their personality.
Right.
But they are who they are.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've seen the same thing.
Is there like a sibling rivalry there? Does he feel like she outdoes him all the time, or?
Maybe a little bit. He's a little jealous, but then in Little League, he got a couple home runs, and not only 4 people in the whole league did. So he was all
Nice.
he was all jazzed.
So he's a baseball player then? Is he
Yeah.
like okay?
So he got his. That made him feel good.
Nice.
He's a musician.
Oh, nice. Okay.
He's good. He plays piano and sings. At the same time, he'll pick up a song in a matter of seconds if he's heard it.
Where does he do that? Just at home or
just at home? And he's done a couple talent shows.
Okay.
And
nice, man.
He just kicks butt on
That's
his talent
awesome,
shows.
dude.
It's fun.
That's
he gets
really
nervous, of course, but he's great.
Yeah. Does he write any of his own?
He's written a couple.
Okay.
But he's just not a hard worker yet. He's really lazy.
Okay.
It's like no matter what you do, bud,
Yeah.
you're gonna have to put some work into stuff. I hate to tell you.
That's so much harder with boys, it seems like, for me anyway.
Yeah. He's gonna hit puberty here and things are gonna change. But
Yeah.
he's always looking in the mirror, holding his bicep up. And like, it doesn't just happen. It doesn't just happen. You gotta work out with me. So,
He doesn't want to. He's like, nope. That's awesome. It's too funny, man. Yeah, I got 2 musicians too in ours. My older son he's got a couple of self-released albums that he's done, like 3 or 4 of them.
Wow.
Yeah,
nice.
He's got his first album was kind of singer-songwriter, kind of like acoustic guitar, just kind of singing stuff. And then later he kind of went into more like a rap arena and kind of did like a rap album,
fun.
which was really cool. And then and now he's just kind of shelved it. He hasn't really done anything in 2-3 years, which bums me out. But it's like, dang it. So he's like,
Yeah,
he doesn't even like listen to what he's already done. It's like, ooh, yeah. He doesn't even like listening to the stuff he's already done. He doesn't like it anymore. It's like, that was terrible.
That's hard to
like,
do. I'm in the same
I know,
boat.
yeah.
As a singer-songwriter, you kind of look back at some of your stuff and cringe, but whatever. I mean, it was pretty cool when you and Jared brought up
Polycarp.
He brought up Polycarp.
Yeah.
And you even named some of the songs.
Oh, yeah.
I was impressed.
I still rock that, dude. I will still listen to that. I still listen to
awesome.
that. Yeah, there's some great songs on
That
there.
is so cool.
Yeah, and that was, again, forever ago. Was that 98, 99, somewhere around there?
Yep.
Yeah, that was crazy. Do you still do anything musically, or did that kind of...
Nope, I mean, just at home.
Okay.
I mean, music is music no matter where you're doing it.
Yeah.
I don't want to put something together and go perform in public.
No? Is that because you just have no aspirations there, or because you've got stage fright, or what is it exactly?
I'm just not motivated to do it.
Okay.
But I'll just learn a song at home until it sounds really good.
Yeah.
And then I forget it.
Okay, there you go.
Move on, play another song.
Yeah.
It sounds good.
Like other
it.
people's songs, or do you still write your own stuff?
Mostly other people's songs, but I've written more. I mean, there's some you haven't heard.
Okay.
Maybe I'll send you a link if you want.
Oh, that'd be epic, dude. I would love that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some stuff with just you, or you still some stuff you do with Chris?
Just me. I haven't played with Chris in years.
Forever. Yeah. He still plays a lot.
Oh,
it seems like. Yeah.
That's his life. And,
Yeah.
And I'm glad it is.
Yeah. Yeah. He's got some good stuff.
It suits him well. He's a good dude.
Yeah. I haven't talked with him in a long time either. I tried to get him to come on here, but it didn't work out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Back in the first season, we were talking about it, and then it didn't work. I don't think he realized how long it was going to be, and I think that scares a lot of people away because they think they can talk for that long. And I'm like, every person that says that and then actually does the show, it's over, and you're like, dude, that was 3 hours already.
No, I can tell you right now, I could probably do about 4 of these in a row.
I bet. Yeah, that's why I'm excited. I even told my wife, I said, this one might go a little longer than normal. She goes, why? I said, I don't, because some of the stuff we were already talking about, there's a lot of meat there. So, yeah, it's good stuff, man.
So I don't know if we get into it or start talking, breeze through music and politics real quick.
No, we'll get through all of it, man. We'll have plenty of time. Some of this stuff down too. Oh, that's the other funny thing. So, other than the streak thing, when I went to Calvary for the first time, it was like I was a brand new Christian. Me and my wife, like we had just gotten saved. That was the first church we ended up at. We were there about 5 years, and then we left there, and then we were in Sisquoc for like 12 years. Then we left there, and we're at Harbor. Now we're back at Calvary, which I think I was telling you. And Connor's the pastor now.
Full time?
Full time, yeah.
How long's that been?
couple years at least. Well, oh, that's what I was getting to. So we're at Calvary. I wanted to mention this because it's funny. And then we're at Calvary, and one of the first Sundays we were there was when the play. I don't know if I might have already told it. Maybe I told Jared this. You might have already heard this, but when you were playing Jesus in the play, like it was an Easter play or something, and I hadn't talked to you yet since like high school. That was the first time I'd seen you since high school, and I was like, and I turned to my wife and I told her, I said, oh yeah, I said I know Jesus. She goes, yeah, I know, honey. That's why we're here. She's like, no. Like the guy playing Jesus, I know him. I went to high school with him, And she's like, oh, really? And I was like, oh, yeah. And then I think I talked to you that day, like after that. And then, because I think you saw me there. And you're like, dude. It's like anybody that saw me in church was like, dude, what are you doing here?
Yeah.
Because I hated all of that in all my school. I hated Christians. I hated the church. I hated the Bible. Forget all that.
One of those phases.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was right after Calvary, basically.
Okay.
Or
okay.
no, it was a little after that. But yeah, I had the long hair going on.
Yeah.
I had the beard going on. I had the look.
Yeah. It was cool.
The garb.
It was fun.
Had my disciples feeding me grapes.
Nice, dude. Oh, that's awesome. So, oh man. Anyway, all right. So that's So let's start with music. Let's jump into music. I mean, obviously you perform music, you write music, you sing, you play guitar. At least you have in the past. I know I've seen that. We've already talked about Polycarp and that whole amazing. I have 2 CDs actually. By that, I have the official one and then another one you gave me that had some other stuff on. It was like a demo or something.
You might have to share that with me to see if I even have those.
Okay.
Because there's some lost.
Okay.
Lost word.
Yeah, I'll be happy to give them to you, man. If I have something you don't have, then that's not right.
I lost track.
There's something wrong there. The guy that wrote the songs doesn't even have them, but I do. But I mean, as far as like music, listening and enjoying music, like what's the earliest you remember first coming into that? Like you remember enjoying music?
Yeah, I grew up and we'd listen to a lot of classic rock.
Okay.
Beatles, Stones, Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young.
Okay. Oh, you added Ann Young. Okay, most people don't add that in there because he was only on for a couple albums with them?
Yeah, but I listened to a lot of Neil Young.
Okay.
And so he's one of my favorite.
Okay.
So I'm going to throw him in there.
Okay, cool. I got a funny Neil Young story I'll share with you in a minute, but go ahead.
But yeah, that was kind of the heart of the family in terms of music. Besides like Michael Jackson and stuff.
Okay.
Who didn't listen to Michael Jackson in 1983?
Only weirdos.
Yeah.
Because you're the same age as me, right? You're born, 78, 77?
Yep,
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
But it was a special time in music when you had Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young and those that era, that generation, that feel where they wanted to bring it back to the roots of humanity. Not it wasn't fake,
Yeah.
Just trying to bring out the nature side of humanity. And music is like it's like a soundtrack for life.
Yeah.
It's like a soundtrack for the world. And so when you have all the musicians working toward peace and love and humanity, that's kind of the direction
right.
humanity goes, and vice versa. As opposed to right now, what's popular right now? It's rap.
Yeah.
Rap.
Cardi B.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about, man.
Yeah. So music and life are in cahoots.
Do you think music is such a driving force that it literally can change societies?
Yeah, I think the Beatles themselves changed society.
Okay. Well, they were bigger than Jesus, apparently.
Yeah.
So,
That's what I hear.
So is that coming more from like your mom or your dad, or like who is showing you the classic rock mostly? An uncle?
No, I'd say both. Just my mom and my dad.
Okay.
And there were no secrets. The Beatles and the Stones and these guys were huge.
Oh, yeah.
They're big for a reason.
Right.
They created amazing content.
Yeah.
But that, and I still listen to all that stuff today.
Oh,
but,
you have to.
But as we age and we progress, listen to more stuff. You get into high school, and then I'm listening to punk.
Okay. Okay.
You know, all
which is the best genre there is, of course. But
You know, we're surfing,
Yeah.
we're snowboarding, we're listening to punk.
Okay.
And
Like the '90s skate punk stuff, the good stuff.
yeah, you know, we're talking Bad Religion and No Effects and
Yeah.
Pennywise and
Yeah, that's like the big three right there.
Yeah.
For California, anyway.
yeah. Well, I didn't start playing music until right after high school.
Oh, you didn't play in high school
I
at
didn't
all?
play anything.
Oh, I thought you did. No.
No.
Okay.
I mean, I would sing around the house a little bit
Okay.
to whatever's on,
Yeah.
but then me and my buddies, Gary Rocha, Justin Lichtenfeld, were like, "Hey, let's just start a band." Like, yeah,
Okay.
but we don't play anything.
Yeah.
Well, let's learn.
Let's
What do you want to
start.
play?
Yeah.
What do you want to play? What do you want to play? All right. So I picked up the drums. I picked up a drum set, and we, without any of us playing, we just started jamming out like the second week.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll give you guys a week to learn something, and then we'll come together and start making some songs.
Yeah.
And then obviously the first month was horrendous.
Yeah. You got to start somewhere, right?
Yeah. But then after a month, things actually stared coming together. We were making some good music.
Were you guys playing like punk rock?
Oh yeah,
dude.
hardcore punk.
Do you got any of that anywhere? Even rough demos? I would love to hear that.
I don't think so.
Oh.
It was hardcore.
Yeah.
Just as fast. My arm would be so sore after a song.
Okay.
Just drumming as fast and as hard as I could.
Okay. Oh, you were playing drums?
Yeah.
Who was singing?
Nobody was singing yet.
Oh, it was
we
just
had to come up with
Okay.
a musical side of things.
Okay.
And then my brother jumped in the scene, started singing a little bit.
Okay.
And then sometimes I'd put a mic behind my drum set and I would sing and play drums at the same time.
Awesome. Like
It was-
Aaron Gillespie.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, it was intense. Just being so sweaty,
Yeah.
yelling, singing, playing. Some people would come in and watch us play. I remember Jamie Parks coming in.
Oh,
one time,
nice.
And his eyes are all big and the music is so loud. And the song's done. He's like, guys, that made me want to jump through that window right there.
Nice.
Yeah, like, oh,
You're like, mission accomplished.
yes. That's where mosh pits come in. You
Yeah.
just mob.
That's awesome. Man, you're saying all these names, dude. What? I talk to Jamie sometimes. He's living like in another state. He's
Yeah.
back east somewhere.
Yeah, he's doing really well.
What's Rocha doing these days? I haven't seen that guy since high school.
Yeah,
You still talk to him?
No, last
Okay.
I heard he was in Newport. I went down and visit him probably about 8 to 10 years ago.
Okay.
That was probably the last.
Okay.
And he's hardcore Christian now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, hardcore Christian, like yeah, just really strict, fundamental.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll have to trip out on that.
And it just so happens that 8 to 10 years ago when I went to go visit, I was really pissed off at
Oh, at Christians?
Christians. And so it didn't go too well. I called him about a year ago, and I don't even know it's the same phone number.
Yeah.
Leave a message. I said, hey, are you coming for, I forgot what it was, a funeral or something?
Oh, okay.
If so, I'd like to get together. Oh, by the way, sorry for my behavior last time we talked 8 years ago. Later, bro.
Yeah. I'm sure he's forgiving of that, right?
Yeah.
You have to be as a
I'm
hardcore
sure.
Christian. That's part of the package.
Absolutely.
That's so awesome. Yeah, I would love, if you finding that, dude, I would love to hear this. I love that kind of stuff, hearing like old demos and stuff. So did you guys ever, so your brother sang and then you sang and then that was...
We never played anywhere.
Okay.
We just in garages, and sometimes people would come over and just be drinking and stuff. So I guess that's
Yeah.
playing in front of people.
Yeah.
But yeah,
And that's as far as that went?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, it was fun while it lasted.
But then did you go to any other bands after that, or did you start just doing your own like acoustic stuff?
Well, I went from that pretty much straight into Christianity.
Okay.
Picked up the guitar and started leading worship.
Oh, wow. Just like that fast.
Yeah, within like 6 months. Started
Okay.
going to Christian surfers and
Oh, okay.
going to Calvary. Really quick leading worship over at for the high schoolers, and then I
Okay.
took over the junior high, did worship in there, and
Nice.
played at a bunch of weddings.
Okay.
Probably played at like 10 weddings.
Of like friends of yours and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. That's cool. And I know you played at Justin's funeral. I was there for that one.
Yep,
That was, yeah.
that was one of the first, and I can't recall what year that was, but
Had to be in late 90s, early 2000s, maybe.
yeah, maybe 2001.
Yeah. I don't remember exactly when that was either, but I know we hadn't been going to Calvary very long at the time. But
Yeah. So apart from that, the music scene going from there mellowed out. It was Christian stuff.
Okay.
And,
now, did you become a Christian at that time? I mean, we'll get more into that later, but I mean, is that why, or were you already and then you just started playing Christian music, or were you just going to a church and like, hey?
no, I grew up Christian. My dad's always been in the ministry.
Okay. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting. As a pastor?
He's always been some kind of an associate
Some
pastor,
kind of something. Interesting. Okay.
But he doesn't like big churches. And he's still like an associate pastor with Craig Hamlin.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they work together. He
Okay.
leads worship over there.
Yeah. I've had Dan Hamlin on the show too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been meaning to listen to that.
Okay.
Because I like
Because he's the youth leader at Calvary now.
Right.
With my kids, yeah.
Yeah, when I was there, it was Chuck Musselwhite, senior high, and I was doing junior high, and then I left, and Mark Arkinson took over my spot,
Okay.
and then that's the last I knew about the whole deal.
Okay.
I just
Yeah.
left it all behind.
Well, there's probably been 4 or 5 leaders of the youth since then, since Mark left.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a guy named Zach. Because my older kids used to, when we went to church in Sisquoc, we didn't have a youth group because it was so small out there. So they would go to youth group either at Grace Baptist or at Calvary. So my older son was there when there was a guy named Zach and there was a guy named Jeff. And I think after that is when Dan took over. So now Dan's been with my kids and they've been going on camps and trips and stuff. And Dan's awesome. Yeah, Dan's a really cool guy. So
Yeah, those camps and those trips are high paced.
yeah.
I wouldn't want to do that anymore.
You're like, that's the part I don't miss.
No thanks.
You probably miss working with the kids though, yeah?
Yeah.
Some of the relationships and stuff.
Yeah.
And,
No,
yeah.
that was a great stage in my life.
Yeah.
But within the last year, my son did science camp, 6th grade science camp, and I went out and did the chaperone for a week.
Oh, did you?
So I was like the camp host or whatever.
Nice.
Camp cabin chaperone.
Did you have to do did you have to do like the Predator or anything like that? Remember that one?
The hike.
Yeah, well, there's the 9-mile hike or something, but then there was one when we went that was called the Predator. And like they blindfold you and we were walking through water and you're like holding on to the rope. You don't remember that? It was gnarly. Like everybody's like, "Oh, you got to do this one," and everybody's like, "I'm scared. I'm not doing that one. I heard that one's crazy."
I don't remember. I don't remember the Predator.
Okay.
But it sounds like something I would have loved to
Yeah,
do.
that's why I was assuming you were one of the ones that did it. But
No, they had like a 14-mile hike.
oh wow, they're up in the game.
Yeah, and it was
Okay.
up to the top of
Yeah.
the peak up there.
Yeah.
And I definitely didn't go on that one. I didn't feel like
Okay.
it. My son did and a few of his friends, but there was only, I think, 8 or 9 of them
Okay.
that did that hike. But, yeah, man, those kids in that cabin, man.
I bet 6th grade boys, dude.
Yeah.
That's that age. That's that age where that kind of attitude comes out.
Yeah.
Fun stuff. And then you remember you used to be that way too. So
I
then
did.
you kind of have a little bit of sympathy, maybe.
I did. Yeah. Yeah, I was a little chump myself.
Well, you live and you learn, man. So during the 90s punk rock stuff, did you go to a lot of shows back then? Everybody's going to shows back then.
Oh, yeah. I broke my nose at a Lagwagon show in the mosh pit. That was fun.
San Luis? Or where do they play?
I think that one was in Atascadero.
Okay.
But
Okay.
I don't know. I think more recently, like in the last 10 years, probably 10 years ago, Dan and Dave and I would go to a bunch.
Okay. Okay.
And we always have some interesting times. We
Okay.
went to see Pennywise in Ventura.
Ventura Theater?
Yeah.
Okay.
And before we went in, we took a couple tokes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's old hat to them.
Yeah.
But to me,
It'd been a while.
I don't smoke much.
Right.
And so I was like high as a kite.
Yeah.
And I didn't like it.
Oh, no?
And so I see a bunch of people that go, one of these are the lines to get in. You know, I don't know where to go. I'm in the clouds, and I find my way to a seat, and I'm just sitting down watching the show, trying to enjoy it. And next thing I know, Dan and Dave are on stage singing with the guy.
Oh, no way!
That's how...
for Pennywise?
This was Pennywise, yeah.
Was it like Bro Hymn? Like
Yeah,
what?
it was
Oh,
Bro
okay,
Hymn.
okay.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah, but that's how substances hit people differently.
Right.
And I was like, I'm
Right.
just sitting there,
Yeah.
can't talk, catatonic. And they're up on stage singing with
Oh, they're
Pennywise.
rocking out. That's so awesome. Yeah, Pennywise is a band that I still have never seen, and it kills me because it's definitely in my top 5 probably of those kind of bands. But
Another time we went to somewhere up north, maybe San Jose. So many good bands playing. We had the Pennywise, Bad Religion, and Offspring,
nice.
and a few other guys.
Okay.
But I screwed up again. But this time I drank too much,
Okay.
and we did a pre-gaming, and then when we were there, I chugged a couple IPAs right away, even though I'd already pre-gamed.
Right.
Next thing you know, I'm just sitting down under this tree, and I can't move. I can barely appreciate any of the music.
Was
And
it an
then-
outdoor show or were you?
Outdoor show,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
And so finally they hit me up. They're like, "Where are you?" Dude, I can't move.
Terrible. So you didn't get to
I'm
enjoy
under
the
this
show.
tree. And then they're like, we're in the vicinity of where you're describing, but all we see is a totem pole. Is that you at the bottom of the totem pole? And I look at, yeah, it's actually a totem pole, not a tree. I didn't know. I was so out of it.
A totem pole? Where was that? You said at Atascadero?
No, this one was up in
In San
or
Jose.
something.
Okay.
So,
Wow, man.
yeah, I guess I was too excited both times. We just got carried away.
Yeah.
But I ended up having fun at that one. It wore off quick, and
Yeah.
then I got the whole last band was fun.
Okay. Well, who was the headliner at that? Probably had to have been Offspring.
It was Offspring.
Okay. Because they're obviously commercially better or more successful than the other ones. All the Bad Religion's up there too, but I think Offspring is even higher than that.
Bad Religion was so good.
Oh, they're always good. They're awesome. They're the band that got me into punk to begin
Me
with.
too.
Yeah. Okay.
Which album?
Well, it wasn't an album. It was. Okay. Good callback. This goes back to the Neil Young story I was going to tell you. So it was. I had gone to Golden Gate Park to see Pearl Jam play in like '94, and that was the whole reason we were there, was to see Pearl Jam, because I was all into the grunge, loved Pearl Jam. Well, Bad Religion opened up for him. I had no idea who Bad Religion was. I mean, this is obviously like in the height of, like, they're selling out, quote unquote, right? Stranger Than Fiction had just come out, so everybody, all the true Bad Religion fans are like, "Oh, screw these guys! What is this?" They redid 21st Century Digital Boy, and it doesn't sound as good. They were like all mad about it. But that gave me enough to be like, "Oh my gosh, these guys are awesome!" So I came home. Oh, hang on, I got to tell the Neil Young story part. So once Pearl Jam got out, they sang like 5 songs, and Eddie Vedder talked about how he had food poisoning and he'd been up all night, and so they were out of here. 5 songs. We were so mad, dude. Everybody's all upset. Well, then he goes, "But I heard Neil Young's around here somewhere, so he's going to come out and play." Oh. Dude, I didn't know who Neil Young was. What? I was like 16. I didn't care. I was like, who? Who is this? So we left.
Oh,
dude!
No.
Years later, I come to appreciate Neil Young like a lot. Love Neil Young now, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I blew the chance to see Neil Young. At that time, we just left because we were so mad about it.
Back
about
when
Pearl Jam.
he was actually probably still playing well.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He's so old now.
Right.
Him and Bob Dylan.
Yeah.
The shows aren't
It's
the
bad.
same.
Yeah, it's not the same at all.
Wow, you missed out.
So we missed out. But I came home, went to Circuit City. Do you remember Circuit City, where Joanne's is now? I went in there. I bought every Bad Religion album that I could get my hands on. Mm-hmm. So I had pretty much everything up to Stranger Than Fiction, because I don't think it was before the Grey Race came out, I believe. Grey Race might have just come out at that point, but yeah, so I just started listening to all of them. I mean, my favorite album as of now is Against the Grain.
Mine too.
Really? You don't hear that one very often. Okay.
I thought for sure you weren't going to say that.
What do people always say when you ask that question? I always get the same answer.
Which one?
Suffer. Everybody always says Suffer.
Well, that was their most.
It's a good one,
Yeah,
but it's not even close to the top for me. I like No Control better than Suffer.
Yeah.
I even like Stranger Than Fiction better than Suffer, to be honest with you. I know
that one's good.
That's not a popular opinion, but
No, Against the Grain was incredible.
dude, so good.
And it's still old and raw. It wasn't as polished.
Right. It doesn't sound overproduced.
Right.
Right.
Oh,
Yep.
it was so good.
Yeah, that's
so
a
many
great
surf trips with that just bumping in the background.
Yeah. 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 I really love that one too. Boy, that's a trip, dude. I've never had anybody answer that the same.
Oh, so good. Well, usually it's whatever album you listen to first.
Right. Right.
And if you can listen to something to change your mind on that, then you know it's
Right.
something special.
Yeah. Well, and for me, the first album I heard was Stranger Than Fiction. Only because I heard 21st Century Digital Boy live, and I loved it, and I was looking for the album that had. I didn't know that there was the original version was on Against the Grain. I had no idea.
Okay.
So I just got Stranger Than Fiction because that was like the newest one. It was popular. I popped that in, and I loved it. And I still, maybe that's why I like it so much. For the fans that were like listening from like, 80, 85 on, like up through all that, and they're like, what is this garbage? But since I heard it first, I was like, dude, there's some bangers on that one, too.
Yeah. 80, 85 is still pretty good too, but that's even way more raw.
Oh, for sure.
And the recording is not great.
No, it's,
there's some good ones on there. Though.
Oh, yeah. That's why I love that kind of stuff. And that's why I say like old demos and stuff. I love it. When I lived in San Diego, the punk scene there was huge, and everybody that I knew was in a band. Everybody. And they all had their demo tapes. And so I have all these demo tapes. I eventually ended up converting them and so I could put them on my iTunes. But they're just raw.
Wow.
I mean, it sounds like they just, clicked record on like a 8-track recorder or something, and just these kids are just rocking out in their garage, just playing these songs that they wrote. It's just so cool.
Yeah, that's all we did. Hit play, and we got a couple. Yeah. I just wish I knew where they were. And,
yes.
I remember going to the clubhouse in Foxenwood, and Skip Fisher had heard one of the songs. He's like, the weird thing is, it actually sounds really good.
The weird thing.
Yeah.
He's like, this is really weird. You guys actually sound good.
Yeah. He did not expect much, but it sounded pretty good. And that was when I was singing with the drumming and playing behind in the back.
Okay.
So that was I was like, nice little compliment.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah. But it wasn't enough to keep you going with the band. I mean, that could have been big.
No.
You guys could have been like headlining, and Bad Religion could have been opening for you or something,
No, one of us morons had to go turn Christian.
Oh, is that what happened? Is that what broke you guys up?
Probably, yeah.
Is that so? Rocha was the one that he's like, I'm a Christian now, and you don't want to play with you guys? Oh, you did it first.
I did.
Okay.
I did.
Okay. And you don't want to play that satanic punk rock anymore?
No, absolutely not.
But that's back when like a lot of the Christian punk bands were coming on. You had like MXPX and Value Pack and Goaty Hook and all those guys. 90-pound wuss.
I don't know. Just wasn't a passion, I guess. I mean, it was fun. On to the next thing.
Right.
Picked up the guitar. I was playing guitar every day.
Nice.
Singing. And it's like, wow, I like this better than drums.
Okay.
Just playing and singing because you have like a whole song, a whole band right here in my hand.
Right.
And it's never looked back.
One-man show.
Yeah. Well, I play keyboard now and sing with that. And that's what I taught my son. My son plays piano and sings, so I just taught him the basics.
Okay.
And that's his go-to, and I've tried to teach him the guitar, but he's not ready yet. Okay. And I try to kind of push him on stuff, and then I look back and I'm like, wait a minute, I didn't start any music until after high school, and I started him at like 10.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he'll be doing fine.
Well, you're hoping he's going to be a millionaire by the time he graduates high school, right? I mean,
not with his work ethic. Oh boy, not with his work ethic.
Well, he just needs to write a couple Grammy-winning songs, and then and then the record labels will be pushing him to tour and do all that stuff. So,
well, what I notice about successful people is they commit to one thing. They have one passion, and they just love it, and they go for it, and they're persistent, and they have grit. Yeah. But in my life, I just love too many things. Yeah. I spread myself thin. Right. Oh, that was fun. All right, let's do this next. Yeah. Well, that was fun.
Yeah. Well, and that's just it. Is that you have to almost have the passion yourself, because like I mentioned, my kids, they're into music, and like my son is now kind of on a hiatus, if he even calls it that. But my younger daughter, the 16-year-old now, has an amazing voice, and she's written some of her own stuff, and she'll sing like in the youth group at Calvary. She'll do like some of the youth worship leading, and not leading per se, but she'll sing some, not like a lot of solos or like she's up there by herself or anything. It's always with some of the other kids. But dude, like she did a cover of a Billie Eilish song. I don't know how to say it. It's like Ilomilo, or I don't. It's like it's a weird word. But I heard that song by Billie Eilish, and I told her, I said, "Oh, this is like my favorite Billie Eilish song." And she takes it upstairs, and she, like within an hour, she comes down and she goes, "Oh, I recorded a cover of it."
Nice.
And I put it on, dude. I was like, "Oh my gosh!" Wow. Like you sound almost just like her, you know. And she's making millions of dollars. Like she's like she's on TV and stuff. I mean, not that I necessarily want my daughter to be in that lifestyle, because that's kind of scary, you know. But the way Hollywood kind of does stuff with that, but then I do you still write? Are you writing? She goes, "No, I just haven't really wanted to." I'm like, "Oh my gosh, I wish I had your gift. I'd be writing all the time. That's all I'd be doing, because I do have that passion, yet I don't have the talent." See, that's my problem. I said, man, dude, I would love to do that. I think about people that write and record music and make a living out of it. Dude, what a blessing that must be.
Well, you ask them, and it's stressful.
Right, yeah.
I mean, I thought about kind of going that route, but the whole thing is just stressful. But when you do things for yourself and by yourself, you still get the satisfaction of it.
Mm-hmm. Just not the riches.
Yeah, just not the riches.
See, that's the part I want, man. I want the riches. I don't want the fame. I want the riches.
The riches is where all the stress is. And it's like, what do you want? What are your motivations?
Yeah.
Is it just to be well known by a bunch of people who don't know you?
Well, see, I don't want to be well known. See, I want to write one song that blows up. Like, I want to be a one-hit wonder. I want to be like Right Said Fred, I'm Too Sexy or something. I want to be like those guys. I want to be like all those 80s bands that had, you know, like Aha with Take On Me. Like, that's like the only song anybody knows by them. But that song is just epic, right? Everybody knows it. It's played in all these movies. Those guys are doing fine. They're making royalties every time somebody plays that song.
One and done.
And they could walk around the mall and nobody would even know it was them. You know what I mean? They wouldn't be mobbed by fans. They wouldn't be any of that. They're just, hey, I'm just sitting back and making royalties on this one song that we wrote.
Aspirations.
Yeah.
Well, can't you now just kind of make up songs with AI and claim that you wrote it?
You could. Yeah, that's kind of scary. AI is kind of scary, man. I mean, there's some cool stuff with that, but then I
know musicians are sweating.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. All I gotta say is make a country song about this.
Yeah.
Oh, and make it sound like Brad Paisley. And then sure enough, there it is.
Yeah.
And he had nothing to do with it.
Man, the next 20 years of music's gonna be wild.
Yeah. Well, not only that, dude, but I think about like beyond that, like some of the stuff people could do. Like you could technically frame me for a crime I never committed by using AI.
Yeah.
You could make it look like I robbed a bank at gunpoint or something, like in full on like a close up of my face, and the cops look at it and go, "That is definitely him." And I'm like, "Dude, I don't even live in that state. What are you talking about?" You know?
People are on to the deep fakes now these days.
Yeah, that's true. And I'm glad.
Yeah.
I'm glad there's at least people that are trying to put a stop to that.
Well, you know, there's like thousands of videos of people filming UFOs.
Right.
But if 1% of them are fake, people take all of them
out. Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So nobody's paying attention to deep fakes anymore. But
unless they don't know they're deep fakes.
Yeah.
And they're taking them as the real deal.
Yeah.
All right. So now we're gonna jump back in here. Now that you're 46? My age, 46.
46.
Okay. That 50's creeping up, man.
Oh, it's right around the corner.
It's right there, dude. And especially if I look at how long it took to get from like 30 to 46, which was like a couple blinks.
Yep.
I'm like, oh, it's gonna be fast.
So fast.
But like right now, at the age you are, do you have a specific like kind of favorite genre that you've kind of fallen onto that you can say, I like a lot of different stuff, but this is the one for me that's still my favorite?
Well, we talked about classic rock. We talked about punk. I went into like Coldplay.
Okay.
And
they just had a new album come out.
Did they?
I just cataloged it at the library.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's cool. I'm gonna have to check it out.
Yeah.
And then the grunge rock scene.
Okay, you did get into that
Oh
too.
yeah, Nirvana. I learned every single song.
Nice.
On the Unplugged album.
Oh,
that was so
that's a good one. Yeah,
that one was so good.
Yeah.
And then I have some stuff I listened to today. One thing that I listened to throughout all of those genres was like Bob Marley.
Okay.
Not everybody says that, but
Yeah.
there's a reason why. Guy's a legend, like
Yeah.
the name of the album.
Right.
And lately I've been listening to his sons.
Which one?
Bob's sons, like Stephen Marley.
Oh, sons plural. Like you
Yeah.
listen to a lot of them. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now Steven's the one that sounds a lot like Bob, right?
Yes. He
Okay.
sounds a lot like
Yeah,
him.
because the other one's like Ziggy, and it's all good stuff, but it doesn't sound like Bob Marley. When I heard Steven, I was like, oh my gosh, like he inherited his dad's voice for sure.
Oh yeah, it is so good. It's so warm.
Yeah.
And
Well, I love that kind of stuff. I just reggae in general. But of course, Bob is the king of.
are you familiar with
reggae,
some of
but-
Steven's songs like Tight Ship?
No,
or
I mean
Hey
I've
Baby?
heard some, but I wouldn't know any titles.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you gotta check it out if you
Okay.
like Bob.
Yeah. I will.
In the Red. Now I Know.
Okay.
There's just a couple for you to check out.
Nice.
Stick Figure.
That's a band, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Because someone else mentioned them on here, and I haven't listened to
Stick
them yet.
Figure's really, really tight.
Okay.
White Boys reggae band.
Okay. Are they local?
No.
Okay.
I don't know where they're from, but
Okay.
their music is so simply layered and powerful.
Okay.
And we saw my sister lives in Denver, so we saw them at Red Rocks.
Oh, nice.
Pretty cool.
Nice.
But lately, I've been listening to this guy named Michael Kiwunaka. You ever heard of him? Oh, so rich. So rich. And,
What kind of music?
Kind of, he's a black dude, plays like bluesy, but with a solid beat. You can't really describe it.
See, sometimes that's the best. When they
Maybe
kind of
in a-
stand on their own.
I don't even know what genre it would be. Kind of like Hosier, maybe. Because Hosier is another one of my
Okay.
favorites by far.
Okay.
So good. I've been listening to him for a while. I saw him live in Pasadena in a church.
Okay.
You know, like 150, 200 people.
Really?
When he was just
Is he
getting
a
big.
Christian artist?
No,
I didn't think so. Okay.
no. Just when he was getting big, before he blew up.
Okay.
I just saw him in this nice, quaint little venue in a church, and the acoustics were amazing in
Yeah.
this church. And he
Yeah.
sang a few songs without a microphone. His voice is incredible.
Yeah. Do you feel kind of like entitled after something like that? Like
Yes.
you feel like now he's like selling out arenas, and you're like, dude, I was there when it was just me and 100 other people.
Yes, that's why I brought it up. I needed to make sure. Everybody knows.
That's right. Well, because he'll probably listen to this too. I'm sure he's going to hear
Yeah.
this episode, and he's going to be like, "Oh, who's that guy, Ryan Edwards? Oh, I got to contact him and thank him for coming to my show when I was."
No, he told me he wants me to sing backup.
There you go. Even better. See?
And Ray LaMontagne.
Okay.
You familiar with him?
I know the name again. I see, but this is why I love. One of the reasons I love doing this is because I get a big list of stuff to check out. I love checking out new music that I haven't heard before.
Michael Kiwanuka,
Right.
Ray LaMontagne.
Okay.
Some of Hosier's stuff like Shrike. Some of his lesser known stuff, which is always how it is on the radio. They don't play their best stuff. They
No.
just play their most.
Isn't that weird?
polished and-
Yeah.
I never understood that.
Well, okay, is that what it is, or is it that the stuff on the radio gets so overplayed that we don't like it as much?
No, it's
Okay.
not their best stuff.
Okay.
It's just hands down not their best stuff.
Have you ever listened to an album like before they release any singles from it, and then try to pick out your favorite songs, and then see if any of those end up being the radio singles?
Yeah, but they don't.
Okay. Because that would be the true test,
It
I
was the
guess.
same with Jack Johnson.
Yeah.
He has so much good stuff.
Right.
They play his corny ones.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
play the corniest stuff on the radio.
Right.
They think it's going to appeal to the most people.
Yeah.
So they play their corny,
Sure.
campy. They play
Well,
the campy stuff.
dude, yeah. So you mentioned Offspring a minute ago. So I was listening to Offspring at work the other day, and a coworker, he's like, "Oh, the Offspring only has or whatever. They only have one good song." And I was like, "Oh, what is it?" And you know what he said? He said, "Pretty Fly for a White Guy."
Oh,
I'm like,
wow.
are you kidding me?
That's a good song.
I'm like,
Good song.
that's a funny song. I'll give it to him. It's a funny song, but dude, there's 100 songs better than that one in their whole catalog.
Well, their first couple albums were amazing.
Yes.
Their harder stuff when they were
Right.
playing like hard punk.
Oh yeah, Well, the first album is just hardcore.
Like LAPD.
Yeah. Yep.
That album.
Yeah.
LAPD.
Yeah.
Oh,
and he drops an N-word in that song too, which is you can't do that anymore.
Can't do that. Have you heard or seen the YouTube video with these old people in church trying to get young people on board, and so these old people start rapping?
Oh yes, I have. It's terrible.
That's the kind of stuff that Dan and I send back to each other, just laughing.
And that was that was like back in the 70s or something,
Yeah.
wasn't it? Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it was so bad. So bad.
Oh.
That's just bad. I mean, they really think they can reach the youth that way. Yes. It's like you watch those old anti-drug commercials from the 80s, and we were all just laughing at those. Nobody watched that and said, hey, you know what? I'm not going to do it. I just saw that puppet say, because I say nope to dope and ugh to drugs. And I said, nope, not going to do it. That sold me on it right there.
I guarantee you it has the opposite effect.
Right. It makes a joke out of the whole thing. And it's like, dude, no, this is not how you do it, you know? Oh my gosh. Yeah. But how did we get over there, dude? How did we get on that? I don't know what we were talking about. You're talking about your favorites. You're talking about...
well, we talked about...
You were talking about something that I went into Offspring because of the whole idea of picking
you said he said the N-word, and I brought it over.
Oh, then we got to that. Yes. But you were talking about one of the singers you like and how they only... Oh, Jack Johnson. Yeah. How they only pick the certain songs for the singles.
Yeah. So... I think I learned how to harmonize really well listening to Jack Johnson and another guy named Amos Lee. Okay. A lot of times they just sing by themselves, but there's a perfect slot for a harmony in there. Okay. And I would just harmonize with all these things.
Nice, dude.
And but yeah, Amos Lee is another one. He has some good ones for you to check out.
Okay. And is he a solo guy, or is he part of a band, or is he?
He's part of a band, but he goes solo a lot.
Okay.
His early stuff's incredible. My family got me into a little bit of country.
Okay. Your family being like your wife or like your...
My wife and the kids, they'll listen to country here and there.
Okay.
And I was never a country guy, but once it's always around, it's easy listening, good background music, and some of them have really good stories and really good tunes.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of the guy's name who's big right now. Lies, that guy.
I don't know. I don't know a lot of new
Morgan
country.
Wallen.
Oh, the guy that got in trouble. Also for saying the N-word.
Oh, was it? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he got canceled, quote unquote, because he got drunk and some neighbor filmed him, and he wasn't using it in a racist way. He was just calling his white friend that, like when we were younger, we said, "Oh, you're gay." Yeah. We didn't mean you're actually homosexual, right? We were just using the word, and then somebody recorded it and put it on the internet, and he got all canceled. And
you can't say it's bad,
right?
Otherwise, you'll get canceled.
Yes.
I was saying it's bad.
Yes. Right.
It doesn't matter.
No, you can't say the word. Yes, exactly. Or the people have got busted. In fact, just last week, some YouTuber or TikToker girl got canceled for she was lip singing a rap song that used that word, and she posted a video of her. She's on her car and she's doing her makeup or something, and she's like rapping along. She wasn't even actually saying it. Yeah. Her mouth was just moving.
Wow.
When it said that word, and the rapper's the one that said the word.
Yeah.
And they just blew up on her because she was a white chick.
That drives me
nuts. And you can't say it. You know
that cancel culture wokeism BS.
Yeah.
I think we're getting on the other side of it.
I think so too.
I see some promising signs.
Yeah.
Especially since my kids are 13 and 14. Mm-hmm. All their friends are over it. They mock the whole wokeism.
Oh, I think most people do. But for a while they make us think that everybody's on board because that's what they show us in the media.
Do.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
Terrible.
So, but yeah, Morgan Wallen, the cancel culture against him did not work.
It didn't. Yeah.
He's broken records.
Yes.
With how many songs he cranks out. Mm-hmm. And which goes back to the AI thing. What if they're so good and he's just cranking them out? What if he has a secret little AI?
Maybe. Like a ghostwriter, but for music.
Software that's cranking them out for him because he's that good.
Okay.
He's just cranking them out one after another.
I don't know if I've ever heard a single song by him. I probably have, in a store or something. I just didn't know it was him.
Guarantee you.
I eat a Cool Hand Luke sometimes. There's always country music playing there, so I'm sure I've heard something.
Yeah. You know him. I'll just pick his top 10. You've probably heard one.
Yeah, because back when we were in high school, even if you liked country, you couldn't admit that.
No.
You just couldn't say it, you know. Because I used to say I like everything but country. That was the one genre I just could never admit to liking.
Yeah.
You know, I would
Same
say
here.
I liked Milli Vanilli before I liked country.
Yeah.
You know, forget that. You know.
Well, yeah, times have changed. Country has changed a lot. Country has fused with hip hop.
Yeah. Which is kind of cool.
My kids listen to this guy. I forgot his name, but I think the song's called Tipsy. Everybody in the bar getting tipsy.
Yeah, I've heard that one. Who is that?
That's a fun, kind of a fusion song.
Yeah, I can't remember who that is now. I have heard that one, though.
He's got a couple of fusion songs like that.
Yeah. Well, there was one that came through the library. And so at the library, I was tasked with genreing all of the music selection, right?
Okay.
Like redoing it because it was so old hat, and a bunch of stuff was like, you had like AC/DC and Britney Spears were in the same category because it was like pop rock. So they say, oh, Britney Spears is pop, and Metallica is rock. So we're going to put both of these in the same genre. I was like, that's not the same genre at all. It's not close. So I got to go through and switch them all out. Well, I came across this guy called Cowboy Troy, and this was like maybe early 2000s, I think this album came out, and I was like, what is this?
Yeah.
So I look him up on Wikipedia, and the genre says country rap.
Yeah.
And I'm like, country rap? What is that? And this is before like some of the, you know, I know Kid Rock has done some stuff like that. Uncle Cracker, Jelly Roll, like it's similar. But you listen to that Cowboy Troy, I mean, it's full on banjos, slide guitars, but he's rapping. Weirdest thing I ever heard in my life.
Well, he was ahead of his time.
He was a pioneer.
Yeah.
You know, and guys like Jelly Roll have him to thank. So. But I didn't know where to put it genre wise. I'm like, well, it's like country, but it's rap. I'm not going to make a country rap section just for this guy, you know.
Yeah. Oh, the other band was Led Zeppelin.
Ooh, good one.
Led Zeppelin is huge. It was huge in my life.
Yeah. What's the best album?
Especially going through puberty. Mm-hmm. When you go through puberty, music gets cranked up in your brain.
Yeah.
And it's powerful and it's emotional. And so the bands and songs you appreciate and love going through puberty, you're going to remember the rest of your life.
Oh, yes, for sure. Yeah. And that's never going to go away, that one spot.
Yeah. So I kind of pay attention to my kids, what they're listening to, and their mix is so eclectic.
Oh, really?
My son will listen to Led Zeppelin.
Okay.
He'll listen to some of the rap, a lot of the Morgan Wallen. He really likes that new kid, Benson Boone.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, you probably heard a few songs, but a lot of the stuff he likes, he'll play on piano, and if he can play it on piano well, then he likes him even more.
Okay.
So there's that relationship.
That's fun.
Yeah, he's looking forward to his next talent show again already. Okay, what song should I play?
And is this at his school he does these talent shows? Okay.
Now he's going on the Ultimate Guitar app, and they have a section where everybody submits their own songs. So he's submitting a bunch of songs.
Like ones he wrote, you mean?
No.
Oh, like cover songs. Okay.
And he says, well, this one got 127 likes or whatever, so maybe I should play that one. Well, maybe it got more views and likes because everybody knows it.
Right.
So don't base it just off of that. One you sing has to be a song you can belt out from the heart, not just one that everybody knows. He did When I Was Your Man by Bruno Mars last year.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Brought a couple girls to tears.
Nice.
I give a fist bump for that.
Yeah. It's like, probably not going to have a problem getting a date to prom after that one.
No.
That's awesome. What about your daughter? Is she?
She's an excellent singer as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Does your wife sing?
No.
Okay. So they get it from you then?
I guess so.
Okay.
But she doesn't like to play any instruments. But she has her whole life to learn if she wants to.
Yeah.
Her main gig is basketball.
Ooh, okay. She's sporty.
Yeah. She's athletic, and she's playing varsity as a freshman, and she's trying to calm her nerves now because they just played her first couple games.
Nice.
Playing with these big juniors and seniors. And
that's awesome.
So she'll do well. She's got 4 years to get used to it.
What position does she play?
I don't know positions. In
basketball. Okay. Is she shorter or taller on the...
She's right in the middle.
Okay.
She's
She's probably like a forward then.
Pretty tall for a freshman.
Okay.
She's still growing, but yeah, she's an animal. She's fun to watch. She's fast.
Yeah.
But I wasn't a basketball guy. I was football, baseball.
Okay. I remember you playing baseball. I remember that back in the day.
Yeah. Football, I started when I was like 7.
Oh, wow. Like Pee Wee League?
Pee Wee. As soon as I could start, I quit soccer. As soon as I watched soccer and I saw people flopping, I knew that sport wasn't for me.
That's it.
There's no flopping in football.
Yeah.
You knock each other down fair and square legitimately.
That's right.
So I quit soccer immediately when I was like 7 because I just wanted to butt heads with people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Get rough.
Did you play all through high school football?
I played freshman and sophomore and then just focused on baseball.
I think everybody played freshman. Like you look at that freshman team and it's like the whole class.
Nice.
Every guy, there's like 400 guys in that picture. It's like how many of them actually played?
Right. Yeah, we lost a few from freshman to sophomore.
Yeah.
They brought up three promising people from the JV team to play one varsity game the last year, so I played that.
Okay. As a sophomore?
As a sophomore.
Okay.
And then I quit on them.
Nice.
Yeah, I played kick return, punt return, receiver, corner.
Wow, dude.
Played the whole game, special teams and everything.
Nice, man.
But I was just too small.
Yeah.
I wasn't built like a receiver.
Yeah. You should have been a running back. Just hand you the ball.
No, I
pull
tried
some Barry
that.
Sanders on him, you know?
I tried that. I played for so long. I kind of tried all those. Played some quarterback.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I went, in J1, J2 junior divisions.
Yeah.
But
that's a position everybody wants to play. Quarterbacks get all the chicks, That's what it would be.
Yeah. But then went into playing. They get so intense junior, senior year in varsity on football.
Yeah.
It's kind of like wrestling. You are all in 100%. They're like, you can't go do things like snowboarding.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, well, that's like my favorite thing.
Right. Yeah. They want you to give your life up.
Yeah. It's like, well, I'll just continue snowboarding, playing baseball, and surf. Did surfing a lot back then.
Yeah.
So
did you play baseball all through?
Oh yeah.
To varsity?
Oh yeah.
Did you have college hopes and stuff with that, or?
Yeah, but one of the main things was our coach was an alcoholic.
Okay.
And coaches play a decent role in forming the team, shaping the team, getting people to come and look at the prospects.
Right.
And my dad wasn't too involved. Mm-hmm. So I was just going to go play Hancock. So I started playing Hancock. I had a shoulder injury. So they said, okay, well, you make the team, so just play next year. Mm-hmm. So I was going to redshirt, and I just bowed out.
Not worth it.
I don't need this. I enjoy the sport, but we got all kinds of stuff going on in life.
Yeah.
So that was that. And then just moved on to mountain biking and ultimate frisbee. And,
there you go, man.
Yeah.
The hardcore sports.
Always doing something active,
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good,
But I was always an adrenaline junkie.
Uh-huh.
And I don't think I would wish that upon my kids so much because you see the adrenaline junkies.
Yeah.
And day-to-day life is just so boring.
Right.
When all you're doing is seeking adrenaline. Mm-hmm. And so many of these adrenaline junkies just kind of end up on alcohol.
Right.
Because that's the only thing that can appease that mindset. Mm-hmm. And that's what happened to me for a while there. But ideally, you want to be able to engage in the small things in life with your be around your family and in small conversations and just be present and enjoy it.
Right.
When you're in nature, just enjoy the small things, mm-hmm. the geometry of the shells and the leaves, and just take it in the small things. As an adrenaline junkie, I'm not thinking about this.
Right, yeah.
But as I gather perspective and get older, it's very profound.
There's a book, I don't know if you ever read it. Do you remember Shel Silverstein?
Yeah.
So he did The Giving Tree, and he did those big Where the Sidewalk Ends, those poetry books. He has a kind of a lesser known book called I think it's The Missing Piece. I think it's called. I mean, you could read it in like 2 minutes, but it's like he spends all this time trying to find his missing piece, right? And then but before he finds the missing piece, he's going slow. He's able to chase a butterfly, smell a flower, like all this stuff, right? Well, then he finally finds the missing piece, and then he starts rolling really fast, right? And he's not able to do all this stuff, you know. And that's what kind of you're just reminding me of right now. Like, you have to almost slow yourself down in order to enjoy this stuff.
Right.
And sometimes the things you're reaching for and trying to get to, you realize after the fact, like, oh man, I missed out on all of that because I was trying to get here and it wasn't even worth it.
Yeah.
And I can't get that back now.
Right.
You know, it's like all this time has gone by as you're striving for this one thing that you think is so important, and it's not.
Yeah.
You know,
That's good. That's wisdom, right?
Yeah.
There.
Well, yeah, it's wisdom in hindsight.
Yes.
By then it sucks. You're like, oh, dang it, I need a time machine.
Yeah,
You know?
and when you come up with wisdom in life and you try to pass it on to the kids, they're just not ready for it. It's like, listen, I'm 100% telling you the truth right
Yes.
now. I've learned this. I know this to be a fact. This
Yeah.
is true. This is how you need to do things, and this is the perspective you need to take.
Right.
Okay, I like that. And then their life does the exact opposite.
Yes, because they have to learn the same way we did.
Yes, they do.
That's what's frustrating.
Yes, they do.
It's like, no, I can save you all this pain and heartache. Just do it this way. No, that's dumb. And I think back to my days, me tell my parents the same thing. Oh, no, I'm not going to do that. That's dumb. You know?
Yeah, I try to empathize and think about how I was, but what are you going to do?
Just live.
Yeah, he'll get there eventually.
Yeah.
And my son's immature for his age, and
Okay.
my daughter's mature for her age.
Oh, wow.
And so she just is constantly rolling his eyes at him.
Yeah. I bet.
Oh,
That's funny.
he's just having fun, though. He's just so full of life. I was just cracking jokes and laughing and
That's cool.
yelling and having a good old time.
That's cool. All right, last thing before we jump into politics. I like to do like top 5 all-time favorite bands, artists. It can be some that you've already mentioned. I know that's really difficult. I couldn't do this. I was asked my guests to do this, and I don't think I could do it myself. Depending on the day, I'd have 5 different ones for you.
Yeah, exactly.
So-
Depends on what mood I'm in.
Right.
But yeah, it's probably the ones I mentioned, like Beatles, Led Zeppelin, Neil Young.
Well, that's all like classic rock kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, it just brings me back.
Yeah.
It's just the core, the foundation of my life, my upbringing. And then it would have to be Bob Marley. I mean, these are all time, but I don't listen to these guys much anymore.
Right. But you do sometimes.
Yeah.
And when you do, it's epic.
Yeah. And you know how it is with bands. You listen to them too much,
Right.
and
Plays
they
them out.
lose
Oh, yeah.
some of that meaning. They lose that pop.
Right.
So I've made it a point not to listen to my favorites too much.
That's smart.
Yeah, just enough
Yeah.
to keep that beauty.
Yeah. That's awesome.
But then I don't know, for the 5th one, it would just have to be a conglomeration of all those other bands
Okay.
I mentioned.
All right.
Especially
Perfect.
some of this new stuff. So good.
Yeah. Well, okay? Let me ask you that then. Like, what's the most recent music that you've been introduced to that you really liked?
Well, I mentioned Michael Kiwunaka.
That's pretty new for you.
That's pretty new.
Okay.
There's a kind of a bluegrassy band called Mandolin Orange. I think they go by Watchtower now.
I should have changed. I should have kept it. That's cool. Mandolin Orange.
Yeah, he plays the mandolin
Okay.
so beautifully.
And is he orange like Donald Trump?
No, he's not.
Oh.
But such a sweet sound, like some kind of an Appalachian bluegrass style. And
I have to check that one out.
okay, if you're gonna check one out, check out Wildfire.
That's a song?
Yeah.
Okay.
But do the live version with all the books in the background on
Okay.
YouTube with some good speakers.
Wow, this is very detailed instructions here.
Yeah, you have to, or with the headset on. I mean, you got to get the fullness.
You got to feel it, you know? Yeah, I gotcha.
So,
Okay.
kind of coming back to where I was talking about how music is like a soundtrack for life. If you had to have one genre, to me, you'd want to have something like a Neil Young or a bluegrass style that is just speaks nature. It just speaks down home, long-term peace of mind mentality.
Okay.
You know, and so that's why as people get older, their music selection just kind of gets really smooth.
Right.
And earthy.
Yeah.
And I really hope one of these generations coming up gets us back to like the Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. Maybe that's my fifth one.
Okay.
CSNY.
Okay.
But because they're kind of harbingers of this concept of bringing things back to nature as opposed to all this ego. Some of this music is just ego.
Oh, yeah. Big time.
And I always tell people that the biggest crowds that have ever gathered for concerts, it's always this kind of classic rock type stuff. And the rappers are always jealous of that.
Right. Yeah.
They can never get the same group type, because when you're pushing ego and guns and all this stuff, you get together and you get a bunch of people mean mugging each other.
Right.
When you go to these CSNY concerts, it's everybody who don't know each other,
right,
arm in arm, swaying and
right,
singing and smiling. Long flowy dresses,
right,
flowers in their hair.
Yeah.
I would love to see a movement that can embrace that.
So you're trying to bring back like Woodstock.
Yeah.
You know?
Like a Woodstock style, yeah.
Okay.
Peace and love and joy.
Yeah.
All you need is love, the Beatles.
Right, right. Of course, there was a lot of like LSD and stuff going on back then too. So
nothing wrong with that.
that brings on the love and the joy, right?
Well, I mean, in this stage I'm at in life, there's a lot of meditation going on. So I'm practicing some meditation, and sometimes certain types of substances can help with that.
Right.
Help you open up that part of your brain that needs to go on a little journey, that needs to slow down the fast side of your brain so you can stop and smell the roses and pick up a flower,
right,
and analyze it and smell it like you were a 2-year-old again, and just be in awe and wonder, right, at the small things and
right,
that you can't do when you're completely sober.
Do you think that's real though, or is it like an illusion?
No,
when
it's
you're
real.
in that state, you think it's a real thing?
It might be more real,
okay,
than reality.
Okay.
Because, well, for example, one of my analogies is going through life completely sober is like driving the 101 up and down the coast. And if you want to take a little trip with mushrooms or whatever, it's like you're going on a trail. Now you're walking from place to place, and you're seeing everything you've just passed by in your fast-paced sobriety, and you can really stop and appreciate stuff that you just can't do when you're flying down the freeway in life. And so yeah, there's a time and a place for everything. Careful if you do it carefully.
Yeah, we're gonna talk more about that. All right, so then lastly, of these 5 that you gave me, if you're good with song titles, if you give me like 2 or 3 favorite songs from each.
Oh,
Think you can do that off the top of your head?
I don't think so.
Okay. I'll contact you.
Okay.
And then you can look it up and stuff, and then send me.
Okay.
That's what most people do because it's easier that way.
Yeah. I just don't like to pigeonhole myself.
Right.
That's tough.
Well, like I said, I couldn't do it. I mean, you're talking about bands like the Beatles and Led Zeppelin.
Yeah.
I mean, I couldn't pick 3 favorite
They have
songs.
Dozens of good ones.
Right, right.
Depending on what mood you're in.
Yeah.
Sometimes it
Right.
just hits
Right, right.
But the next week you won't listen to it. It's the same.
Although everybody knows Ramble On is the best Led Zeppelin song.
Oh, so good.
That's obvious. But besides that one, I don't know if I could pick more favorites. But
So many good ones. Their bluesy ones are incredible. Like Babe, I'm Gonna Leave You.
oh yeah, that's old school one.
Yeah.
That's like the first album, I think.
trying to think of the song. One of the band members said the song that most represents them as a band. What was the name of it? Oh, it'll come to me.
Yeah. It'll come to you while you're driving away. That's when you'll remember. Or when you listen back to the episode, you're like, oh, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, obviously we can go many different places within politics. I mean, do you follow politics at all, or do you kind of bury your head in the sand and just kind of let things happen?
I do begrudgingly.
Okay.
Because you kind of have to have an opinion on it.
Yeah.
And I was when I left the church, I just kind of started moving left. Because I was just so over the religious everything.
Right.
And so I was probably left of center, just because I could really empathize, or I can really relate to the empathy of the left. And I liked how they treated people in terms of walk a mile in their shoes.
Right.
Don't judge before you walk a mile in their shoes. And I liked that part.
Okay.
And that lasted a little while until they started really changing things up. 2015, 20 to 2018, peaked out in 2020.
No.
I didn't change my views, but the whole left completely shifted so far to the left that all of a sudden I'm labeled as somebody in the right.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
And
I think a lot of people have that exact same.
Yeah, and they acted like we all moved right, but we did not. The Overton shift went left so far that they just left us out to dry.
Yeah.
And then they wonder why we're voting the way we vote.
Right. And then this election just happened, and they're like, what happened?
Yeah.
Well, because even though people hate Trump, they also hate all this woke crap that you're pushing down everybody's throats.
Yeah. So they left me. I didn't leave them. They left me.
Okay.
And
so now do you consider yourself more of a conservative, or do you kind of like middle of the road, or?
I really haven't changed my views that much, but I'm on the right.
Okay.
Just based on today's definitions.
Just by position, you're just okay.
Yeah, the woke stuff killed me.
Okay.
It still kills me.
Yeah.
And I think most of America has the same view, but they treat it like you're the weirdos.
Yes. Right.
And in fact, that was one of their campaign slogans. The right is weird. Remember that?
Yes.
Just a couple months ago.
Well, they're like J.D. Vance. They're saying it's weird. Trump's weird.
The right's weird. It's like you guys realize who your fan base is, right?
Right.
All the alphabet people.
Yeah.
And you're calling us.
Right.
This is wild.
Yeah.
What you chose to do as your campaign slogan.
Right.
Is calling the right weird.
Right. Right. There was a meme that came out about 6 months ago, I think, and I want to get it put on a T-shirt because it showed. I don't know if you saw this one, but it showed like a guy. It showed a bunch of people in a swimming pool, and there's a guy in the center, and there's a bunch of people all around him. Well, everybody around them has the yellow, like cloud around each of those purple people around in the thing, showing they peed in the pool, right?
Yes.
And the guy in the middle hasn't peed in the pool. But they're all pointing at him and laughing.
Yeah.
As if he's the idiot.
Yeah.
He's the one who's doing the wrong. Dude, I said that says it all.
It does.
It's like I want to get a tattoo of that right here on my arm or something. You know.
Some of these memes can say so much in one cartoon.
Right.
I love them.
Yeah. So awesome.
And then you either get a tattoo just because it explains so much, but what do? You just forward it to people and move on.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. I think that is what I did actually. Yeah.
Yeah, but. Yeah, they lost me there.
Yeah. What specifics, was there just like some specific woke agenda things that you particularly have a problem with?
Well, I feel like I'm going through the story, The Emperor Has No Clothes. It's like they're telling everyone what to think.
Right.
When none of this is playing out in reality.
Right.
It's like you're supposed to think this, this, and this, whereas we're all seeing our eyes lying to us. This is not how life works.
Right.
I mean, and pick any one of your topics, like D.E.I.
Yeah.
Like, so you don't care how good of a job they do, as long as they're skin color is the right shade.
Right. Which last I checked is the definition of racism.
Exactly. I didn't sign up for this. Why are you forcing this down my throat?
Yeah.
Everything in COVID got me.
Yeah.
I lost all faith in government. And right when I was trying to get it back, because I'm leaving the church, I'm going all science.
Right.
I'm going all science from here on out. Screw faith and religion. I'm going all science. So I start hitting the science books.
Yeah.
And then learning all this science stuff. And then a year or two later, COVID comes along and I'm still on the science train. I'm like, okay, I'm going to trust the science.
Yeah.
And then it slowly just all started crumbling like a house of cards.
Oh.
And I lost all faith between COVID and the wokeism. I have zero faith in government.
Right.
And all the while, you have these long-form podcasters who are talking to qualified individuals for 3 hours straight. And these guys are laying out what they wrote in their book. You don't have to read the whole book. They're laying it all out for you.
Yeah.
In a succinct way. And you can learn so much from podcasts.
Yeah.
And here's these little CNN snippets taking people out of context. MSNBC just lying out of their teeth.
Right.
Nobody's buying that anymore.
Yeah. Well, because it was called out. I mean, the greatest example of that, in my opinion, it was the Joe Rogan thing. With the ivermectin.
There's a couple of them.
Well, when he had Gupta on or whatever, and he's like, no, why did you go and tell everybody I was taking horse dewormer when you know I was not taking horse dewormer?
And the guy agreed.
And he agreed. And then the next day, he's on CNN or whatever again, lying about it again.
And Don Lemon would forced him up and held his hand and made him apologize.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, that guy is such a weasel.
And you don't hear a lot of Don Lemon these days. He's kind of not really there anymore.
Oh, that guy's
They finally realized I think he lost his actual show. But then he still does some work. Yeah, he's terrible.
Well, the other Joe Rogan one was during the campaign, they play a clip of Joe Rogan just saying she's wonderful, she's an amazing woman. I think everybody's going to vote for her.
About Kamala Harris, you mean?
They said he was talking about Kamala Harris.
Oh, no.
But he was talking about Tulsi Gabbard.
Oh, crazy.
And they said he was talking about Kamala Harris.
See, that should be jail time.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned.
Yeah,
you should not be allowed to get away with that.
That's libel, defamation, all that stuff.
Because you could have potentially just swayed a whole bunch of people by falsely using this guy as your example.
Yeah, that was I think that was NBC or whatever.
That's terrible, dude.
That was a bad one. And I'm not sure if he's going through a lawsuit for that one because that was egregious.
He probably will be, knowing him. And that's what people like about him. Because he's in a position, he's got the money to fight stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know, most people, they can't do anything about it.
But if you have to resort to that level of lying, then you're in a bad place. And they knew they were in a bad place.
Right.
Kamala comes in late in the game. I knew how out of touch the left was in 2022 when I saw my first article saying that Joe Biden was going to run for president again.
Right.
I just dropped my phone and they've lost their freaking minds.
Yeah. Yes.
Does nobody see how this guy functions in life?
They saw
want him to run again.
They saw.
They didn't though. The ones who were watching mainstream media did not see.
Yeah. At least they were
hiding it. They were hiding it so well that people were floored when they saw his debate and how decrepit he was.
Right.
That was a shock to them.
Which is crazy because it didn't shock me at all.
It didn't shock me at all. I was glad it finally came out because they were hiding it so well. And they were saying, he's sharp as a tack in the meetings every morning.
Right.
And that's what they believed.
Yeah.
And okay, well, let's see what happens during the debate. That was no surprise.
Oh, it's terrible.
Then Kamala gets thrown in. Nobody voted for her.
Yeah, what do you think about that? Do you think, okay, if you're a say you're a Democrat and you're all involved in the political side of the Democratic Party, do you put her in there, or do you pick someone else? Is that who you really want to put in there? Because I'm thinking nobody likes her on the left or the right. Nobody likes her. Well, they've never liked her.
She's the vice president. She's the de facto shoe-in.
Is that why? Does it have to be that way?
I don't think this has ever happened before. But
Right.
That's kind of who they chose, even though during the 2020 election she had 1.5% of the votes.
Yeah, she had nothing. Yeah, it's terrible.
And Tulsi Gabbard completely mopped the floor with her.
Right. I honestly think Kamala Harris is the worst candidate to ever run for president in the history of the world.
Well, she's
terrible.
whether they say it or not, she was a DEI pick.
She was for vice president, for sure. Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Well, Biden said, I have 4 people I'm going to pick, and they're all black women.
Right.
Oh, you don't care how good of a job they do.
Right.
As long as they're black women.
Right.
And if we're really lucky, she'll be a lesbian.
Yeah, you get the trifecta.
Yeah. Well, during the presidential campaign, I scanned the people in the debate, and there was a black woman there. I said, that right there is our next president or vice president. Early on.
Yeah.
Because that's the way things were trending.
Right.
Sure enough,
Right.
they had beef. Her and Biden had beef, but sure enough, she's the vice president.
Yeah. Big time beef. I mean,
Yeah.
she calling him a racist and everything. It was terrible.
And then she wouldn't do any interviews, but one interview she did do, she butchered them all. The one she did do that I remember, they said 78% of America disagrees with the direction America's heading. So I just want to ask you, what would you do differently than the previous your campaign with Joe Biden?
Yeah.
And she said, you know what? I can't think of one thing I would do differently. It's like, that was your time to shine, you know?
That's
they threw you
why
a
you
softball
lost.
question.
Yeah.
And you said, despite the fact that 80% of the country says we're heading in the wrong direction,
Yeah.
that was your answer.
Yeah. That was idiotic.
Whew.
Yeah. But that's just more proof that she's out of touch with everything. She doesn't she just wants to have that title. She wants to be able to say that she was the first woman president and she wants to be able to say that. That's the only reason she's running. She's not running because she loves America or she wants to make things better. She has no interest in that.
It was an instant replay of Hillary Clinton. I was working out of town and I watched the election, and I was watching like CSNBC.
Okay.
Just to see the look on their faces as the night went on. It just got more and more somber and depressing. This is a replay of Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
And it just gave me a smile.
Yeah.
Oh,
now, do you feel bad that gives you a smile? Because I feel a little bad sometimes when I'm actually taking joy in that, or I'll watch the videos of the women crying and screaming. Tomorrow I don't want to wake up because I won't have any rights and I won't be able to. It's like, are you insane? Like, what is wrong with you?
Yeah, I saw this black girl saying, I might as well be a slave again.
Yes.
It's like, what?
Right. It's like, you guys realize he was president for 4 years already. Did any of that happen?
Exactly.
Oh, well, he's waiting. He needs a second term, they'll say. He needs a second term, Ryan. That's what he needs to do.
They completely overlooked that fact.
Yeah, yeah. He forgot. He forgot to destroy the country the first time, so he's glad he gets a second go around.
Yeah, well, I lost all hope in mainstream media, in government, and so I'm always looking for the people that have the biggest heart for journalism, the biggest heart to just get to the bottom of these issues. And so I kind of keep coming back to people like Matt Taibbi, Michael Schellenberger, guys like that. They're true journalists.
Right.
They get
They're just
to the
looking for whatever the truth is, regardless of which side it helps.
Yes, they may or may not. They may or may not get fans on this side or that side. They don't care. They're just digging things out.
Well, they get fans from people like us.
Exactly.
That are looking for exactly that.
And our group is growing.
It is.
And it's the same group that listens to long form podcasts.
Right.
We just want to get to the bottom of these issues. We don't want your little snippets, out of context snippets.
If for the purpose of swaying something one way or the other, it's like, no, give me the whole story.
Yeah. Glenn Greenwald, journalists, good old fashioned journalists, because there's a shortage of them these days.
Yeah. And
what I found out, it's the same with scientists these days as it is with mainstream media. Like 99% of scientists agree with whoever's paying for the study.
Bingo.
And that's always happened.
And that's terrible, because then you're not getting the right results.
Whether it was cigarette back in the day, it's healthy, doctors smoke them. I mean, it's
like eating celery.
Yeah, our food pyramid
Yeah.
is all discombobulated because of the studies they did with Ansel Keys back in the day, saying that it's fats like eggs and that are bad for you.
Yeah.
It's not sugar.
No.
It's definitely not sugar, but well, guess who's paying for these studies?
Yeah.
Kellogg's and these other processed food companies that hide the fact that sugar and corn syrup are horrible.
But okay, so don't you think that should be an offense, like a federal offense, like if that's being proven that these companies are paying off the research people, so that their research will reflect what these companies want them to reflect, and they're giving a wrong case study based on that. That to me, that should be jail time. That should be prosecutable. It
should be, and the worst offenders are the pharmaceutical companies.
Well, yeah,
and because the ones writing the laws work for the pharmaceutical company. How ridiculous is that? Mm-hmm. It's the fox guarding the hen house,
right?
Or what they call it is regulatory capture in their vernacular. Mm-hmm. But it's evil,
right?
It's just wrong. So that's where RFK steps in.
Okay. Yeah.
RFK wants to shut all this stuff down that we're talking about.
Yeah, and they're not happy about it either.
They're not happy about it. And he better be careful, because he's saying very similar stuffs in the vein of his uncle, JFK, and his dad, RFK Sr., and what happened to them.
Both assassinated.
So he is fearless, just like them.
Right.
And just like Trump. Trump got shot in the ear, and he stands up and throws his fist in the air.
Yeah.
Fight!
Yeah.
Dude, that galvanized the right like nothing else.
Dude.
Even Mark Zuckerberg was in an interview.
I think he became a conservative that day.
Yeah.
I really do. Yeah.
That turned a lot of people.
It did. But then there's the people that try to say it was all a setup.
Of course.
I'm like, it was a fraction of that's got to be some amazingly detailed choreography. Okay, I want you to try to shoot me, but you're going to miss by a millimeter second thing in here. And it's just barely going to graze your ear. It's like, dude, and I remember when that first happened and they were showing like the camera angles and like everything that happened during that, and they did some kind of a screen that showed like how close it was to killing him.
Yeah.
And it was like, if he wouldn't have turned his head the way he did at that exact second, he'd be gone.
Well, what do you expect when the mainstream media is always comparing him to Hitler? And,
right. Yeah.
I mean,
yes, because he's so similar. I mean, Hitler and Trump are like,
yeah.
I think Trump is obviously the reincarnation of Adolf Hitler, obviously.
Yeah, apparently. That's what I'm being told.
That's what I mean, and that's why whenever I have people on here that are very left leaning and they believe that, or they believe that, I don't know if they believe that, but that's why I always ask them. It's like, look, I understand that you support Kamala Harris, you hate Trump. I get you hate Trump, but do you really believe that he's just like Hitler? Like, do you really believe that? Because I want to hear from people's actual mouths that they believe that, or is it just the media making it sound like people believe that? And there's actually only 5 people in the country that believe that, and these are the people they're putting on camera as they're dancing around Times Square, screaming and yelling about how Trump's Hitler.
Well, he's a racist misogynist, just like Hitler.
Yes.
Even though he's filling his cabinet with people of color and women.
Bingo. And smart ones.
Yes.
That's the beauty of it.
That's the key. They're actually fitting the position.
Yeah.
And he's judging based on merit. Mm-hmm. Who can do the job.
Yeah.
And if it happens to be a person of color, then awesome.
What a concept.
Yeah.
You're hiring people based on how good they are at the job.
Well, remember, I don't know if you have heard this scenario where in the orchestras they used to put a curtain in front of them and the one hiring, applying for a position in the orchestra, because all they want to do is hear the music.
Oh.
They put a curtain between them.
That's smart.
Yes.
It's like The Voice.
Yes. Well, in the late 20-teens, they removed the curtain for D.E.I.'s sake. And so you get a couple extra points if you're a person of color. So no longer is it all about the best music.
Right.
And that's a perfect example of what is going on.
Mm-hmm. Terrible.
we need to bring that back, and that whole concept of meritocracy. Are you good for the job or not?
Yeah.
And I think we all agree with equal opportunity.
Right.
Everybody should have equal opportunity.
Right.
And where they don't, let's get them that opportunity.
Right. But DEI is reversing it the other way, so it's not equal opportunity.
They call it equal outcome.
Right.
But it's not even equal outcome.
No.
White, straight males get shafted.
Right.
So it's just...
Yeah, we have the most privilege, apparently.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah.
Well, it's just...
So they tell me.
It's just reverse racism, or what I call revenge racism.
Right.
It's really just revenge racism.
Yeah. It's like retribution and all that kind of stuff. They say it's like that song just came out in place the other day. Remember Minor Threat?
I love
the song,
Minor Threat.
Guilty of Being White.
I don't remember the song.
He says, I'm sorry for something I didn't do, lynch somebody, but I don't know who. You blame me for slavery 100 years before I was born.
Yeah.
Guilty of being white.
Yeah.
That's the whole song. Of course, Ian MacKay's kind of walked that back now. Well, I mean, it was, because he can't really say it. But, I mean, that's perfect. That's exactly the point. And he wrote that back in 1980.
Oh, that's beautiful.
So that was a long time ago.
Wow. Ahead of his time.
Yeah.
I always trip out on, Rage Against the Machine.
Yeah.
That is irony right there.
Right.
Rage Against the Machine. And now you're the one telling everybody to wear their masks and get their shots, you knucklehead.
I remember when...
Friggin' moron.
Do you know the band Skillet? Remember the band Skillet, the Christian rock band? So that guy, John Cooper, has a podcast called Cooper Stuff, where it's he's very political. He talks all about politics, all that stuff. And I remember on there, he said that. He was talking about that. It was in the height of that when Rage Against the Machine was like, you can't come to our shows unless you're wearing a mask, if you're vaccinated, blah, blah, blah. And John Cooper goes, guys, do you realize what's happening? Rage Against the Machine has become the machine.
Absolutely.
And I was like, bingo!
So ironic.
Exactly.
Well, what I'm noticing now is when I was in the punk days, most punk rockers were left-leaning.
Yes.
Because it's all about freedom of speech.
Yeah, very liberal.
It's all it's all about accepting everyone for who they are. Mm-hmm. And now that has flopped itself.
Right.
Now all the rockers, the punks are all right-leaning.
Yeah.
Because they haven't moved. Right. The Overton window moved and left them out. They're still the same. Don't trust the system.
Right.
The ones who trust the system now are all on the left. Things have completely flip-flopped. Everything's upside down.
Yeah.
And I think people are finally catching on. That's why did you see the map where they're showing the trending state, county by county? Did that county trend blue or did it trend red?
Dude, that blew my mind.
Every single county in the United States trended red.
Yeah.
Even the liberal counties.
Yes.
I think California broke a record, but there was a couple that were grayish.
Yeah.
But nothing was blue. It was
Right.
either gray,
Right.
pink, or dark red.
Yeah.
He
That's
won
the
every
thing.
swing state.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is the election was monumental anyway, as it was, but not just who won. That's not just what was monumental. What happened in the election, what you're talking about. When they showed that I think it was 35% of New York City voted for Trump. New York City, dude. Woo. 35% of New York City, one of the most liberal cities in the country. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, and people always say, oh, you're voting California. If you're voting Republican, doesn't matter. And I think right now that's true in a sense. But that doesn't mean 4, 8, 12 years down the road, where's it trending? Like you're saying, what's happening to these states, as the left is going so far left, as Newsom is doing all these things in California that people are like, dude, I'm a liberal, but that's too far, man. What is this?
And then, too far.
Yeah.
And people in the big cities just do not understand. They come on, what are they thinking voting for Trump? Oh, you think 90% of the country is just a bunch of complete idiots?
Yes. They do. Yes, they do.
But in the...
They're hoping for that.
Yeah, but in the big cities, you have hive mind thinking, and they get stuck in this echo chamber of only listening to themselves and their friends.
Right.
And they
TikTok.
They get no outside voices.
Right.
And so when the country goes red, they're just completely confused.
Right.
But that's how it happens in all these big cities, and it should be a lesson to all of us that we can all get stuck in these hive minds.
Right.
Whether it's religious
regardless.
Philosophical or anything.
Right.
And something I always tell people is when you're studying something that sounds interesting, first thing you should do is jump on YouTube or something and just type it in and then just throw debunk at the end.
Oh, okay.
You know, it sounds great, and
Yeah.
I already agree with it.
Right.
Something new and exciting. Just type debunk at the end.
Just to see who has stuff to say.
Because if you start sharing with this with somebody who already knows the debunk, you
Yeah.
just look like an idiot.
Yeah.
And you just look like somebody who is sold out to your subject, your side.
Right.
And you might have to type debunk the debunk.
Yeah.
And you might have to do that 3 or 4 times to get down to kind of the heart of the issue before
Right.
you have an informed opinion.
Right.
But
Yeah.
yeah, look at both sides.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned earlier, you used some, I'm probably going to misquote you here, but something along the lines of what you're seeing with your own eyes versus what they're telling you. And I think that is kind of a big part of what woke people up. Like, I know, like during COVID, like when COVID first happened and everybody started talking about COVID and you're watching the news, a little scary because you don't know, right? I've seen the movies. I've seen I Am Legend. I know what happens. Like, you know, these people are dying from these mass disease or whatever that sweeps the nation. It's like, is that beyond the realm of possibility? No. So when you see this happening on the news, you're like, oh, crap, you know? But then as I start realizing what I'm seeing with my own eyes, it doesn't match what I'm seeing on the news. I'm watching these bodies pile up. And I'm like, you know what? I don't know anybody in this that I know that's ever had COVID. And then it hit Santa Maria. And I was like, okay, now I know some people that have had COVID. And it was like sniffles, you know? But then you get that one. But then it's like, oh, but I know a guy who died from COVID. Right?
It only, yeah.
And then that freaks you out. But at the same time, you're like, yeah, but how many? That's one out of how many? You see what I'm saying? Like, but we're treating it like it's catastrophically, percentage-wise, like 1 out of 2 people die from this. It's like, no. It's like 1 out of thousands, if even that. I mean, it's not...
And the ones that did die, we learned early on that the ones that were dying had 4 to 6 comorbidities.
Yes.
They're obese,
Yep.
they have heart disease,
Right.
they have diabetes,
Or they were old.
and they have asthma.
Yeah.
And yet, we didn't learn about that. We just learned somebody died.
Right.
And yeah, and they're over 65 with all those comorbidities.
Yes. Right.
But slowly but surely, stuff started coming out, and trust the science started shifting, and they started backtracking a little bit. Like, oh, we didn't know at the time. Yes, a lot of us did.
Right.
Were you not following the studies from Israel and Ohio, the Cleveland Clinic studies? Right. They agreed. They agreed with each other, and their conclusions were almost identical about who's dying and who's not.
But they weren't pushing those stories in the
They were
media.
not. And like 3 months after these studies agreed, they came out that the vaccine did not prevent you from getting COVID. There's President Biden and a bunch of other news pundits saying, if you get this, you will not get COVID and you will not spread COVID. I'm just hitting my head against the wall. Do you guys not know that these studies are already out?
Right.
They're 3 months old.
Right.
It's just mind-boggling.
Do you think they knew and they were just lying, or do you think they literally didn't know?
I think the pharmaceutical companies were paying 75% of all advertising for the mainstream media,
Right.
which is a fact.
But like somebody like Biden, do you think he knew, or do you think, and he was just saying what they wanted him to say?
Biden doesn't know.
Well, that's true. He doesn't know his own name half the time.
No.
Yeah.
So it just makes you wonder, why is he saying this?
Right.
This is just a false statement.
Yeah.
And then they finally do these interviews in front of Congress, or maybe it was in the UK Congress, but they're saying, did you test these or not? They said, we had to move at the speed of science. Remember that?
Right, yeah.
We had to move at the speed of science. We could not test whether people would get it or not. We just had to get it out there.
Because that's important.
Oh, just driving me nuts.
Yeah.
And then they're trying to force it on children.
See, that's where it was like,
Oh,
nuh-uh.
makes my blood boil.
No.
Well, I was in that phase of my life where I was trying to trust the science, and so I got the vaccine early.
Okay.
And it's a nightmare with my job if I wouldn't have.
See, I almost was there also, but I was going to quit.
Yeah,
That's
right
how
on.
strong I was like,
Right
no, I'm not
on.
going to do it. You know?
I regret it.
Yeah.
And my wife didn't, and My kids didn't, and so I'm proud of them, proud of her for sticking to it. But fortunately, I'm good. I'm healthy either way.
Yeah.
And but it's a lose-lose situation.
Right.
No, you don't want to get COVID. You don't want to get the vaccine, and
Right.
the whole thing is a disaster because they're trying to fix with a DNA or RNA vaccine something that they caused
Right.
in a lab.
Yeah.
Because Fauci was paying the NHI all this money to do research on
Yeah.
it. It escapes the lab. Oh no, now we got to fix it. And it's just a lose-lose.
Yeah. So what's your thought? Do you think that it was developed for the purpose of releasing it, or do you think it was other research they were doing? It was escaped on accident, and then they tried to use that for their benefit, or do you think it was like intentional? Do you know what I'm saying?
No, yeah, I do. I think I give them the benefit of the doubt and say it was on accident that it escaped.
Okay.
But
do you think that they then used it for their own purposes, like pushing vaccines and pushing mandates?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. They saw an opportunity and they took it.
Yeah, I think in like 6 months there were 14 more billionaires on the list. They made a lot of money off of this.
Yeah.
And I don't trust the pharmaceutical companies because they've lied over and over and over again. They have like the top 3 criminal lawsuits against them in all of history in terms of paying out fines. They've had to pay out more criminal fines. This isn't just a negligence issue. This is a criminal fine. They knew exactly what they were doing, and they knew exactly which drugs were harming the people, and they went along with it anyways.
Yeah.
This is a criminal lawsuit fine that they had to pay out billions and billions. And they don't care because they got to pay out $5 billion. Well, guess how much they made from it? $200 billion.
Whew.
They have it all calculated.
Yeah.
They don't care. They don't care who they're hurting, who they're killing. And they'll never solve a disease, solve a problem. All their drugs are just to mask things.
Right. Yeah.
They're not in it to solve cancer, to solve any of these things.
Right. So do you think though, okay, so I got 2 questions here. The first one is, do you think that the pharmaceutical companies, because there's that conspiracy theory out there that they've had the cure for cancer and other really serious diseases, and the pharmaceutical company keeps pushing those people out, whether by paying them off or whatever, because they want to keep being able to sell their therapeutic drugs and sell their chemotherapy and radiation and all the stuff they're making money off, when there's the cure over here. Like, well, they take the cure, now they're cured, and now they don't need my drug anymore, right? So then you're losing money. So do you think there's truth in that?
There's got to be. I haven't gone down the rabbit hole, but just gut instinct is yes, because the biggest businesses in the world are war and health.
Yeah.
And so as long as people are in war and they're unhealthy, there's a lot of money to be made. So, yeah, I'd imagine that. Well, we've heard plenty of cases where things get squashed in science because if it comes out, like imagine if we got 0 point energy. Imagine if we had energy from the ionosphere. That would put a lot of huge businesses out.
Right.
They're not going to let that happen. And I've seen some patents that have very, very cheap energy.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so these big oil companies buy the patent right away just so they can burn it or shove it in the back of their file system.
Yeah.
But I don't want to speculate too much.
Yeah.
Did you hear RFK Jr. talking about war? When he talked about BlackRock? Did you see that?
Oh, no, I missed I heard when he was talking about the pharmaceutical industry and what he's going to do with that, because Trump just appointed him as the, whatever you call it.
Well, basically, he's saying war is a big racket, and I think we all know that. But he says, for example, the Ukraine thing, when you get somebody onto NATO, you're signing a business contract, a business war contract. So all the weapons and all the orchestration, all the money goes to American contractors. And these American contractors Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Boeing,
Right.
they are all owned mostly by BlackRock. And they own a huge portion of each of them. And so all that money is just funneled. It's just a laundering scheme. Mm-hmm. And then they call all this money that's handed over to help Ukraine a loan. But yeah, Northrop Grumman, these other businesses, they all make money off of this NATO alliance. And then Ukraine can't pay back any of this money. Mm-hmm. And so they already have a plan for that. They're going to buy up some of the land.
Yeah.
So they've already bought 30% of their land, and their land is fertile. They're called the breadbasket of Europe.
Okay.
So they've already bought 30% of the land. So who's buying it? Like Monsanto, and Cargill, and these companies that are also owned by BlackRock.
Right.
So it's just this big laundering scheme. And then the third part of this scenario is rebuilding Ukraine. Mm. So there's more contracts for rebuilding Ukraine. Who gets the contracts? All these American companies who are owned by, you guessed it, BlackRock.
Yeah.
So it's just a big, what's the definition of the military-industrial complex?
Right.
And all the while, what is the deep state pushing? They're pushing stuff to get Republicans and Democrats fighting against each other, so nobody pays attention to,
it's a distraction.
to the stuff that's going on. Yeah.
Okay.
And RFK is trying to shine a light on all this stuff. So RFK is shining a light on a lot of dangerous things. Mm-hmm. He's an animal, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. For sure.
So he better watch his back.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he better get better bodyguards than Trump had that day. Yeah. Did you see any of those videos? Oh, it was embarrassing.
So bad.
Oh.
So bad.
They gave him the bottom of the bottom.
Yeah.
Because they don't care.
No. They're probably hoping he would have got shot.
Well, they knew the guy was up on the roof.
Right. Right.
For a long time.
Yeah. Well, they played video like a half an hour before the shooting of people in the crowd telling them.
Yeah.
Hey, there's a guy up there.
Why are people in the crowd more on it than the Secret Service?
Right. But you think even then, if after 30 minutes, you think in that 30 minutes, the Secret Service would have went and checked it out.
You would think.
You would have went up there, you would have said, hey, this guy's got a gun up here.
Well, this cries what they call LIHOP. You ever heard of that term? Mm-hmm. Let it happen on purpose. Mm. So they didn't do it, but they allowed let it happen on purpose.
Okay.
So that's not a conspiracy to kill Trump, but hey, some guy might kill Trump. Let's just kind of drag our feet a little bit and see what happens.
Right.
And I think there's some of that going on with 9/11.
Okay.
The hardcore conspiracy theorists say that we planned the whole thing.
Right, it's an inside job.
But there's more than enough evidence that shows that they were all tipped off that it was going to happen.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And so I think that was another LIHOP campaign.
So you think that they were tipped off and they believed the tips and they just didn't do anything about it?
Yep.
Okay.
So that was another let it happen on purpose type of deal.
Okay. From
my best available evidence, but
what do you think the purpose for that would be? Like, what would they gain by allowing thousands of people to die in the World Trade Center?
Oh, there's a lot of reasons going on. I haven't studied that in years, but I mean, first and foremost, the two twin towers in Building 7 were full of asbestos, and they had to have a huge renovation. And so, what was the owner's name? Larry Silverstein?
I don't know.
He said, well, he got an insurance claim for both buildings just a couple months before the whole event, just to make sure everything was covered in case of a major accident. And then so he got paid the building's worth and more. He got the top-notch insurance, and then Building 7 collapses down the road,
right?
And just stuff like that is so sus.
Yeah.
But yeah, I haven't got into that stuff in years.
Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah.
But I remember just thinking this. I don't know if they caused it, but it sounds to me like they let it happen for all these other purposes. And then you have Dick Cheney saying, you know what we need in order to go to get into more wars? We need a major event like Pearl Harbor to occur on our soil.
Is he on the record saying that?
On the record, yeah.
As if he wants to get in more wars.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is Dick Cheney we're talking about. And so he's on the record about a year before the event. He was on the record saying we need another Pearl Harbor to galvanize the people to allow us to get in more wars for the military-industrial complex. So, crazy. I mean, those are just two major things going on in this web of everything that was happening.
So do you consider yourself a conspiracy theorist, or?
Well, you got to take things at a case-by-case scenario.
Okay.
But the root word of conspiracy theorist is conspiring.
Sure.
And if you don't think that humans conspire against each other,
right,
you're out in left field.
Well, sure, and I think most people would agree. I'm not a conspiracy theorist guy. I have friends that are very deep into that. We get in discussions all the time. But like, I always have to preface it by saying, look, I'm not saying like I believe the government, everything they say, and I think the government always has our good interests in mind, and they just want the best for us, and they never lie to us. No, I'd be stupid to say, of course they do, right? Of course there's lying going on, but I think for me, a conspiracy theorist is someone that would believe most of those major things that we would call like 9/11 being an inside job, stuff like that, you know, or back to the COVID saying that they literally designed it for the purpose of releasing it onto the public so that they could use it for their own control purposes and that kind of stuff. So they could give them all the vaccine because the vaccine's going to kill everybody off in 3 years and it's going to be for population control. There's these big grand conspiracy theories about the whole purpose behind it.
Or
right?
that each vaccine has a chip in it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, or that one, right? Yeah. Or it's the mark of the beast, right? That was going around Christian circles for a while. Oh, it's the mark. It's the mark. It's like, no, it's not the mark.
Was it going around in Christian circles?
It was. Yeah, you missed it, man.
I wish I missed that kind of talk, but I don't.
Yeah.
But
okay. What about the moon landing? What are your thoughts on the moon landing? Then I got to ask that. Think it happened or didn't happen?
I think it did, but there's evidence to show that they filmed a lot of footage. Do you remember the guy who filmed the footage, who did a movie, Space Odyssey? What was that guy's name?
Stanley Kubrick?
Stanley Kubrick.
Okay.
They hired him.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
They hired him to shoot moon scenes. Mm-hmm. And they said just in case they couldn't get to the moon, they wanted to use some of his footage.
See, now that is interesting.
And he does interviews about it.
That throws a whole wrench, not a wrench, but like an interesting spin on the whole thing.
But he said, luckily we didn't have to just use that because we made it to the moon. Yeah. But you see video and photos from that shoot that are obviously fake, but these images and videos overlap. They don't tell you which ones are real and which ones are fake.
Yeah.
And so they'll show some fake ones, and people are like, that's fake. Well, it is fake. Stanley Kubrick said so. But you don't know which ones are which.
Right. But that's interesting because if that's true, that shows that they were willing to lie about it if it came to that.
Yep. Because, some of these videos and photos are so hokey. They're bad. And they are fake.
Yeah.
But the conspiracy theorists will say that proves they're all fake.
Right. But I mean, you hire Stanley Kubrick.
Yeah.
You think he would have been able to come up with some believable footage.
Yeah, I'm sure he did.
I mean, you watched 2001: A Space Odyssey. You're like, this looks like they're really there. Mm-hmm. Like, this looks real. Mm-hmm. So why couldn't he recreate that for a fake moon landing?
Maybe some of them that they're calling real are his.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe.
But that's a whole rabbit trail.
It is. Yeah, I just was curious. Whenever I always have to ask that, just because I have a buddy and me and him go back and he's been on here and we go back and forth.
Well, what do they say? What's the difference between the truth and a conspiracy theory? About 6 months.
Yeah.
Lately, it's been about 6 weeks.
But see, and I agree with that, and that's what I'll say, and that's what people use against me when I say, "Well, I'm not a conspiracy theorist," and they'll say, "Well, Ryan, a conspiracy theory is only a conspiracy theory until it's proven true." And I say, well, duh. Yeah, that's what would now make it not a conspiracy. right? When it's been proven true and there's actual proof.
Yeah, but what he's saying is you missed the boat when it was
right,
a conspiracy
which again
theory.
is just trying to, and all they're trying to do by saying that is, I knew and you didn't. I got it before you did. And I'm like, here's your trophy, dude. I don't care. That I'm not going to believe something unless there's enough evidence for me to believe it. I'm not going to believe like, well, my brother's cousin's roommates used to work for the government and he's down in a bunker and he can't tell anybody, but he leaked this out to let everybody know this is really what's it. I'm like, that's not enough for me. Could be true. Could be true. I don't have the evidence to prove he's lying, but I also don't take that as enough evidence to prove that it is true. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just stay on the fence with something like that.
Yeah, but the more you learn about human nature and how much they're always conspiring against each other in politics, religion, everything.
Sure.
Humans can get downright
For
brutal.
sure. Yes.
And they are willing to conspire and do whatever it takes to get what they want, the power.
They can. And that's where I say the question is not can they, the question is are they in that specific, whatever the circumstance we're talking about.
Well, like
is.
your friend said, once it all comes out, it's true. The conspiracy theory was true.
Sure. Yes. And now it's no longer a conspiracy theory.
Right.
Right. Which is down to the point. That's like saying, well, I'm only a vegetarian until I start eating meat.
So at what point?
Well, duh.
So at what point do you refrain from a conspiracy theory? Because the left will still say that you are a conspiracy theorist.
Right. Yeah, which I'm fine with. I'm fine with
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. So for me, I'm very, and this is where I know I don't get a lot of agreement with this, but I'm the same way with my belief in God and in the Bible, all that stuff. Like I'm very evidence-based in a sense. Like I like to, in order to, like for example, like we were talking about earlier, like if a pastor gets up on the stage and he's talking about something and he says, "Oh, and Jesus said this or did or whatever," and I'm like, "Where is that?" And he brings up some verse where Jesus doesn't say that, but he's like, "Well, I mean, that's obviously what he meant." I'm like, "No, I'm out. I'm out. Sorry, he either said it or he didn't. I mean, we can all allude to what you think he meant. I'm not interested in that at all because there's no way for us to know for sure, because you're taking what he said and you're adding his own meaning to it." Right? If he said the tree is green, and we can look at that and we know for a fact he said the words "the tree is green," then I'm going to believe that he said the tree is green. Right?
Yeah, but we'll get to this more later. But when you say you have an evidence-based, you are starting with assumptions.
As everybody is, in a sense.
Yeah, but your starting point is higher than my starting point.
Okay.
I would like to go deeper than your starting point and get down. And when I left the church, I deconstructed everything down to the bare bones.
Sure.
Where you're still looking at 1 Timothy 3:15 and 16 saying all scripture is God breathed. That's a huge assumption.
Right.
Huge assumption that I completely disagree with.
Well, right. But see, and I would say that I don't start with that assumption and say, and I know that's true simply because it says that in 1 Timothy 3. That's not my evidence. I wouldn't say, yes, that's true. Why? Well, because it says it. That's not enough evidence for me.
It says it in the Bible.
Right.
Not enough evidence?
No. It's okay,
good.
Listen, it's only enough evidence if there's evidence that the Bible is true.
Okay.
If there's no evidence the Bible isn't true, I don't care what it says. Who cares? Or if there's evidence to the contrary, if there's evidence shows Scripture's wrong, then why can I? And I'm such a purist in a sense that, to me, it's got to be all or nothing. Because even if you could prove one part of Scripture is false, then I'm throwing my hands up. Because now I don't know which parts are true. Because now I'm picking and choosing which parts I want to be true and which parts I don't want to be true, and that's not good for me. Because I can't trust myself to come up with that stuff. No way.
Yeah, you can.
You
can do it. We can do it together.
I don't know, man. That's a hard one. But So I like, and I want to deconstruct everything too. I'm the same way. I've told people, if it's not real, I don't want it. And I've gone through phases in my own life where I'm reading books by atheists, I'm reading books by agnostics, I'm reading, because I'm curious. Maybe they're right. How do I know if they're right or not? I mean, Christopher Hitchens says God's not real. What's his evidence behind that? I can't just, as a Christian, be like, well, no, I'm not going to read his book because he might say something I disagree with. To me, that's idiotic. That's stupid. This guy's making a claim that flies right in the face of the claim I'm making. So I can either blindly just kind of follow along and be like, well, my pastor says God's real, therefore he must be. No, that's not a good thing. I even tell my kids, you can't have my faith. You have to come to your own belief of that. You have to, see for yourself if that's real or not. And my older daughter is still a Christian. She follows the Lord. She loves the Lord. She's got a great relationship with the Lord. My older son, no, it's got nothing to do with it. He hates it, in a sense. Mm-hmm. He's at odds with all his old Christian friends because they say things like, can I pray for you? Or I want to pray for you or something. He gets all mad. Don't pray for me, blah, blah. I'm like, son, it's fine if you don't believe that, but just let them, they don't have to pray in front of you. I mean, but if they're going to pray for you in their own time and you don't believe God's real, who cares? Then it's not going to do anything if God doesn't exist. I mean, like, why don't get so mad about it, So he's kind of in that stage. But I mean, and my other two, I have no idea. They're still too young to tell. They right now they're doing it. They're going to youth group. They're going to church. But I mean, they're still young.
That's good to hear because what would make me so frustrated? I mean, I wanted a bumper sticker on my car that said, "Don't indoctrinate your kids."
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right, but we have to, right? Everything we teach our kids is, in a sense, indoctrination.
Yeah, but religiously,
right? There's that
let
side.
Them make up their mind when they're older.
Right.
Shoving religion down your throat just puts you in the same position as every other religious country, and then all we have is a bunch of fighting religions.
Right.
So.
Right. But if it's like if you go back to when you believed all that was true, you can see why you would want to teach your kids that.
Absolutely.
Right. Because if it's true, it's good. But that's the question it hinges on. Is it true? Because if it's not true, you're leading your children falsely. If it is true, you're potentially saving their lives, spiritually speaking.
Yeah, well, that's where epistemology comes in. Well, how do you know what you think you know?
Right.
How do you know what you think you know?
Right.
Because we're all agnostic to some extent, because there's so much out there that's unknown.
Yeah.
That's where I deconstructed and came out not a Christian. Mm-hmm. And I was pretty anti-theism for a while there.
Yeah.
When I was listening. I listened to probably like 50 debates with Christopher Hitchens and Sam Harris.
Yeah. See, I still watch that stuff. I love it.
It's like, if you're going to get down to the bottom of it, listen to the best people debate.
Right.
And to me, after so many dozens of debates, I saw what was turning into a clear-cut winner in my mind.
Mm-hmm. Which is funny, because people on the other side of it would say they've watched all that and listened to that and come to the other conclusion. And then people would say, well, the reason for that is because the guy who wants God to be real is gonna hope and look at the evidence on that side, and the guy that doesn't want God to be real is going to do the same. So you're looking at the same evidence, you're watching the same debate, but then we're coming to two different conclusions.
Yeah, confirmation bias.
Yes.
And all that.
Right. Yeah. And I don't think anything. I had a guy one time tell me, Ryan, the only thing I know for sure is that I'm here right now. And I said, you don't even know that. Right? Maybe we're in the Matrix. Maybe like none of this is real. Maybe you're in a dream state. Maybe someone's on shrooms and you're part of their hallucination or something. Yeah. That's why I don't like the word proof. I don't think anything can really be proven. Yeah. Proven, like 100%. This is guaranteed.
Yeah, Matrix, solipsism, all this stuff where we could be a brain in a vat.
Yeah, right. But I think evidence points directions, and that's where I try to put my chips where the evidence points in my opinion in every aspect that I can anyway. But all right, how are we doing, man?
Doing great.
Feeling good?
Oh yeah, I used to love sitting down with people and chatting.
I have my whole life.
Just hashing things out, like I said, just discussing and trying to convince each other. Yeah. And half the time, I'll take my stance and dig my heels, and then over the next week, I was like, I think they got me on that one.
See, I'm the same way.
But the cool part is, I'll change my view.
Yep. Yes.
And that's classic Bayesian analytics. You come up with your best formula, and as soon as something comes along that can change it, you change it.
Right. And that's the way science should be too, right?
That's the way it should be.
Absolutely.
That's the way it should be.
Right. But there's way too much bias involved in all of that stuff.
Yeah, and I've invested a lot of time just following wherever my curiosity leads me.
Yeah.
And there was a point there where I assumed, this is my mistake, I assumed everybody was doing the same thing. And that we're all out to find the closest to the truth there is. And I just kept running into offended people or I don't care.
Right.
I don't care about any of this.
Yeah.
It just kind of just rocked my world early.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I thought we were all kind of in this to figure this all out.
No.
But not too many people follow that childish curiosity.
No. They don't care enough.
No.
Or they're comfortable where they're at and they don't want anybody to rock that boat.
Yes.
You know, it's like, no, I'm happy where I am. I don't care if it's true or not.
Yeah, I mean, I've learned about human nature the fact that it's very human to not want to rock the boat and mess up your spot in your society,
Right.
to get weird looks, to get frowned upon.
Yeah.
And when I left the church, I'd get a lot of weird looks.
Yeah, yeah.
But what people...
Well, you were a heretic, man. You were an
Oh, yeah.
outcast.
Yeah, I still am. I love it.
Yeah. Defector.
Yes. Beat the system. But
So-
yeah, I would get weird looks, but what people don't realize how big the world is with so many views and philosophies that
Right.
it's not weird for people to feel sorry for each other.
Yeah.
It's like you're looking at me all with your sorry eyes, and I kind of feel the same way.
Right.
You know? And
Right.
That's fine. That's,
Of course.
That's how life is.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
so
So so I want you to kind of walk me through this and then we'll talk about stuff as we go. And then we'll get to some of that stuff from that video that you sent me.
I don't know if we're gonna have time for that.
No?
I'm willing. We'll see how.
I got the time. If you don't have the time,
Okay.
we'll have to do a
We'll
part 2 then, because I definitely want to talk about it.
But I wanted to go through some of my progression.
That's what I'm talking about. I want to start. First, I want you to talk. So you grew up in the church.
Yeah.
Then I want to go to when you left the church, and I want to hear kind of why specifically, and then I want you to go from there and tell me about the progression of your spirit. Would you call it your spiritual walk? I mean, what would you call it?
You can use the word spiritual, I suppose.
Okay.
But yeah, in the church, I started seeing things differently eschatologically, and that was kind of my
Which is
passion.
end times for those that aren't in the know.
Yes,
Yeah.
end times views.
Okay.
And I just saw things differently almost in every aspect from the common evangelical church, especially Calvary Chapel.
Okay.
And Calvary Chapel is known for predicting the end times.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And Chuck Smith's on the record of saying, well, I believe in my heart, 1981.
Right.
And then there's the book, 88 Reasons Why It'll Be 88.
Yeah.
And then in 1989, I missed one day because of the year 0.
They just keep beating it in the ground.
The late great planet Earth.
Yeah.
I don't know, you know that, heard of that book?
Yeah. Hal Lindsey. Yeah.
Hal Lindsey's
Yeah.
book.
Yeah.
And so I was like, if you're claiming this stuff, you better know it. Otherwise, that is embarrassing. And I
Right.
embarrassed myself a few times growing up, repeating that junk.
Yeah.
And so I studied it, especially if I'm going to be teaching kids. It's like, if I'm going to be a teacher, I better know my stuff. Well, it turns out it's convoluted and you can't just figure it out and move on.
No.
But I came across this view called pre-wrath. You ever heard of that one?
No.
Pre-wrath is I couldn't even spell it out for you anymore. It was so
Okay.
long ago. This was before Preterism.
Okay.
But it's basically some kind of a mid-trib as opposed to pre-trib.
Which is a big no-no for Calvary.
Exactly.
Pre-trib only.
And so I was already getting
Yeah.
browbeaten from pre-wrath.
Right.
Well, and then I met my wife went to Calvary too.
Okay.
With me, and then she went to Bible college and came back, and she's like, I've been researching something, and what makes the most sense to me is pre-wrath. And I was like, no way.
And you already had heard of this at that point?
And I was already there.
So it was a match made in heaven.
was a match.
You knew right then.
Right then and
This
there.
is the woman for me.
This is the woman for me. It's like she's a thinker to some degree.
Yeah.
She won't listen to a word I say anymore.
Because she's already heard everything you have to say.
I was heading out to the door to come here. She's like, Ryan, please don't embarrass our family.
Love it.
Like,
Oh,
you
that's
know
so
me.
awesome. Yeah.
But
That's great.
then I keep studying, and then I reading more and more of these books about preterism, and then there's partial preterism and full preterism, meaning that all of these prophecies happened in the first century.
At AD 70, right?
AD.
Okay.
And I just couldn't shake it. It was just, it brought the whole picture together.
Okay.
So much so that I had just binders and binders of notes. I'm like, I might as well turn this into a book.
Yeah.
So I wrote a whole book about it.
About preterism.
About preterism.
Okay. Which you're going to give me so I can read. You're going to give me the PDF so I can check it out.
Yes.
Okay.
And for those who want to take the Bible seriously and literally, it is still by far the best way to look at prophecy and eschatology in general.
Okay. Did you ever publish it? No, right?
No, because by the time I was thinking about doing that, my views kept changing elsewhere. Like I soon thereafter became a universalist.
Okay.
And started collecting all these notes and notes about universalism.
Which is like all roads lead to heaven kind of thing?
Yeah.
Right.
Or the Christian universalists will say, well, no, Jesus died for everybody.
Regardless of what they believe.
Regardless of what they believe.
Right, right.
He came and he died for everybody.
Right. So you didn't have to receive the gift that Jesus did. You just he did it.
Yes.
Kind of a thing, right? It's done. Doesn't matter what you believe, you're in.
Right.
Okay.
But so those I was on those two topics for a long time. Obviously, since I wrote the book, I was pretty invested. I was trying to get people to at least check it out, but not too many people did.
Okay.
But whatever.
Hey, the
people who
greatest
did,
writers, nobody knows who they are.
But the people who did
yeah.
got convinced.
Oh, interesting.
And one person said, "Hey, I don't like what he thinks. Can you read the book since you're better at that stuff than me and show him where he's wrong?" So the guy read the book. I love it. So the guy read the book. Yeah. And he goes back to them and says, "I'm on his camp now."
Oh no! And the guy was like, "Dang it!"
That backfired.
Yeah.
But it's just
what a philosophy to have, to say, "I don't like it, so try to find some way that it can't be true."
Yes.
But it is true. No, it can't be. I don't want it to be true, therefore it can't be.
So I was like, okay, now you got to read it for yourself. Nope. Yeah. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
But it's just based on a bunch of time texts that states that all these things were going to happen in the lifetime of the believers that Jesus was talking to.
Okay.
Like in Matthew, when Jesus says, all of those who are standing here will see this in their lifetime.
Right.
Some of you will not die before you see the coming of the Son of Man. Some of you will, some of you won't.
Right.
You guys will be you will not finish preaching through all the cities of Israel before the Son of Man comes again. Mm-hmm. So all of these time texts, if you read them one at a time, you can kind of finagle them. Like I've heard pastors say, this generation will not pass until all these things are fulfilled. Yeah. Well, this generation means the generation of the end times that hasn't come yet.
Or I've heard him say that it means the Jewish, like the word generation there has to do with like the race of people. Like the Jews as a people will not end until these things come to fruition. But then you're like, yeah, but that doesn't really seem to fit, right? It seems like one of those things where they try to make a scripture say something it doesn't say because they don't like the outcome, right? If they take it as is, they're like, well, I don't like that. That doesn't make any sense.
Right. So, but when you put all these verses together and read them side by side, like some of you will not die before this happens. Mm-hmm. Well, if it happens in a generation or 40 years, then that makes sense.
Yeah.
So Jesus was onto this. Paul was onto this. It's probably the only thing I like about Paul is that he understood that they were in the last days.
Yeah.
And all his teaching was was basically in a hurry to get stuff out because he knew the time was short.
Mm-hmm. So if we're talking about the end times, or is saying that's already over, then where would we be now in the preterist viewpoint?
In the millennium.
Okay.
But
well, hasn't it been longer than 1,000 years though?
Well, days is a 1,000 years. 1,000 years is a day, I guess. But yeah, all through Revelation, all through the Gospels, they all combine just succinctly to the fact that it had to happen as it played out. And it was all in the context of Jesus saying, you see this temple here, not one stone will be left upon another,
right,
when all these things are fulfilled.
Right.
All these things are fulfilled. The stuff he just talked about, this Antichrist and the coming of the Lord in the clouds, it's all grouped in one paragraph. And then he follows up with, some of you will see this, some of you won't. You know, so
yeah.
And then you just keep going down further in the rabbit hole, and it just all aligns perfectly.
Okay.
And so that's what the whole book's about. So
to you, there's no other, like you've dug it down bare bones as far as you can go with it, to where you think there's no other possible explanation other than that all that
there's
stuff
none.
Already happened.
There's none.
Okay.
Except,
so when most of the Christian world disagrees with that, why do you think that is? Because you think they just don't like that concept and they're just trying to block that out? Like they're seeing the same evidence that you're seeing, but they're like, no, can't be, no, not going to accept it. There's got to be a book out there that says different than this guy, and then they find a book that says different. But of course, it's not really going to give any evidence the way that you're saying you're giving, right? To where you're saying, no, that there's no other explanation here.
Well, tradition is pretty powerful.
Yeah.
And when there's a tradition that's been going on for 2,000 years, it's hard to break tradition.
Sure.
But the Protestant reformers broke tradition.
Yeah.
What people don't realize is that the beginning of the church, the canonization of the Bible, all the belief systems that went on back then, it was an absolute mess. You had everyone thinking completely different things between Clement of Alexandria and Origen and Marcion and the Ebionites and there's just dozens and dozens of groups, and they all disagreed. Right. It was a mess.
Yeah.
And then finally, you get these guys who turn out to be the proto-orthodox figures, just meaning they're the ones that are starting to set some kind of an orthodoxy.
Right.
And they don't do it by convincing people. They just have the power, and they kind of basically just force it upon everybody else.
Yeah.
But figures like Origen and Clement of Alexandria and many others were preterists. So it was already there. It was there from the very beginning.
Sure.
The church just kind of strong-armed theology. They got a bunch of people together for Council of Nicaea.
Yeah.
And such, and they said we all have to believe the same thing, and therefore we're going to choose this one because we like how Irenaeus lays it out. Okay, everybody good? Okay, stamp.
Right.
Put a bow on it.
And if there was one person says nay, they just chop his head off and he's out of there.
They could literally stone the guy if they wanted at that point.
As a heretic.
Once you have an orthodox doctrine in quotes, then yeah, you were permitted to stone people, and they did.
Yeah,
they killed a lot of people who disagreed, even up to the Protestants, like John Calvin. He had his set ways, and there was a guy who he considered a heretic that people were starting to listen to. And when the guy came close enough to town, they grabbed him, tied him up, and burned him alive.
Wow.
And he said he used green wood so the torture would last longer. Because...
Sounds like a very Christian thing to do.
Yes.
Very loving, very loving.
He wasn't orthodox enough.
Yeah, yeah.
And these traditions just get passed down.
Mm-hmm.
And believe it or not, threat of your life is pretty compelling to just walk the straight line.
Yeah.
Toe the line.
Oh, for sure. You don't want to be that one guy who's like, I disagree, after you just saw this guy get burned alive next to you. You're like, yes, that's dead on.
Yeah.
I'm right there with you. That's the greatest thing I've ever heard.
Yep. So the early church, once the proto-Orthodox figures got the power hold on everything,
mm-hmm.
they started burning all the other books. Literally burning all the books and threatening or killing people who disagreed.
Yeah.
And we know that history is written by the winners.
Right.
And it does not mean they had the best approach. It does not mean they had the orthodox view.
So what do you think if, and again, I haven't researched what you're talking about enough to really take a stand on this, but assuming what you're saying is true, what do you think is the reason that they were so against the let's say preterist viewpoint, to where they were willing to go to the lengths they did to try to eliminate it completely from Christianity? Like, why did they hate that so much? Like, what would be so bad? So all the prophecies already happened. So what? Why is that such a bad thing? You know?
Well, they made up their mind. And one thing that always comes back time and time again, what kind of a church can we establish that we can control the people and collect tithes?
Mm.
And the views that supported those two things the most always coincidentally won out. And there's other views, like the Gnostic views, that resembled mystic or esoteric views like Buddhism or Hinduism or Taoism, that said that you can find everything you need inside of you,
Right.
whether it's Christ consciousness or Buddha consciousness. Mm-hmm. Everything you need is inside of you, because you are one with the universe. You are one with the Father, mm-hmm. through Christ consciousness and all those things. That was obviously not popular,
Right.
because you didn't need a church.
Right.
So that was gone immediately, and they burned all those books as best they could.
Right.
And
well, but do you think there's a place for that, though? I mean, not burning books, I'm not that far, but I mean, do you think there's a place for, if there is an actual truth, there's always going to be like teachings that go against that truth, right? There's always going to be differing opinions and differing viewpoints that are contrary to that truth, right? So, like, do you think there comes a point where you have to kind of not eliminate, but at least say, no, that doesn't fly? That goes against, like, for example, if what Jesus said as recorded in the scripture is true, then the thing about the Christ consciousness and being one with the universe and all that, it can't also be true, right? They can't both be true.
They can, and I actually think they do.
Okay.
But also, I don't agree with 1 Timothy 3:15 that all scripture is God-breathed, because the whole canonization was a complete mess. It was all in shambles. Nobody knew what to put in the canon. Everybody was just fighting to get their books in. But once the Orthodox figures became the leaders, they simply got to decide. And it was just a bunch of humans being humans, just being cheap and dirty about what gets in.
Okay.
And it's just like politics. It's humanity. It's humans being humans, and it was ugly. And there were so many views, and they're all equally as valid.
Right.
But they just wanted to pick one. And they wanted to pick one that they can explain. They wanted to pick one that wasn't too confusing. They didn't want books in there that bit off more than they can chew, and so they left out a whole bunch of books, Right,
but the kind of the common belief, at least in Christian circles, is that they had certain tests that they had to put each one. I'm sure you've heard all this, right? If they had to be an eyewitness of Christ himself, that had to be what's some of the other ones, had to be a certain time frame, like all that kind of stuff. And they say that, well, that's how they decided which books. And there were certain books that were kind of on the fence for a while, like Hebrews and James and some of those ones, for different reasons. And then, yeah, so everybody agrees. In other words, what I'm trying to say is everyone agrees that a lot of them were rejected. There was a lot of writings at that time that were being considered for the canon. And to me, there's two options here. It's either a bunch of fallible humans are just kind of deciding in their own fallible way what they like, what they don't want. Their flesh is getting in the way. Oh, I think this one's better. Hey, my best friend wrote this book. This should be in there. That kind of stuff. And the alternative is that God divinely orchestrated the whole thing, worked through the men that were canonizing and had the books that he purposed to be there. Right? So I know of those two, you sound like you're more on the first one I mentioned with the humans and all that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So why do you choose that one over the divinely inspired one? Like, what's your reasons for not believing that?
Well, because I can see how big of a mess it was, and you can see that all these books that people were reading in the time, like some of these Gnostic Gospels and the Book of Enoch, everybody was reading those. Right. Everybody. Sure. That's why it's quoted in the current canon. The Book of Enoch is quoted in there a few times.
In Jude, I think, right?
Yeah, that's probably the main spot. But if some of these books are quoted in our canon, then why isn't it in there?
Right. Because just that part is inspired. That's what they'll say.
Oh yeah,
that's me. Devil's advocating for you. They'll say, well, no, just that one part of Enoch was breathed by God.
Exactly.
That's why it's in the canon.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. To me, that's silly. Or in Genesis, what is it, 6, where they talk about the Nephilim. Yeah. The whole book of Enoch is talking about the Watchers and the Nephilim and the whole story. That's probably where they got that in Genesis, was the book of Enoch. Right. So why would you keep out such an amazing portion of scripture that everybody's curious about? Yeah. That needs to go in.
Have you read it, the Book of Enoch?
I've listened to some podcasts about it.
Okay. Is there something specific in it that there's a reason why they don't want it in? Is there something that like, oh, okay, that flies in the face of other stuff that's in scripture. We can't put that book in there.
No, I think it's just the fact that it's talking about what orthodoxy would call weird, and they just kind of wanted to stick to things they can handle. They don't bite off too much more than they can chew. Okay, but they're
taking the easy road.
They're taking the easy road, and they can only fit so many books in there. But they all agreed upon these 7 books that are in the Catholic Bible. The 7 books in the Catholic Bible were agreed upon in every single council.
What we call the Apocrypha.
What we call the Apocrypha, but they're not the Apocrypha. That is God-breathed scripture ever since, all the way up until the Protestantism. Okay. Why did the Protestants pull books out of the Bible, is my question. Yeah. You know, that's a big deal.
It is a bit, I would agree with that. And there's, again, I need to do more research, but there's a debate even on that.
Yeah, but the debate started in 1500 years after all of these councils. There's like 7 councils, and they all included those 7 books. Okay. So apparently, if you're saying that God orchestrated it, then 1500 years later, they said, well,
we don't like those.
We don't like those anymore. Let's take them out. Right. That's a huge red flag.
Yeah. Well, I agree. If that's the way it panned out, then
that is how it panned out. Every council, every Christian council accepted those 7 books.
So up until what year then is that? Like, so you're talking about like 1500?
1500s.
So up to the 1500s.
Every Bible had those 7 books in it, every single one.
Okay.
And
this was all Catholic at the time? Like at what point was that 16? When was the Protestant Reformation? I'm not good at history. Okay,
1542 or something. Okay. So up to that time, every single Bible. Okay. And the Ethiopian Bible has even more. Okay. So why did the Ethiopian Bible not be the official Bible? It has more books in it. Right. And to me, as I'm deconstructing, I'm taking every single puzzle piece and putting it on the table. Every book, all the books. Yeah. Well, even the ones that we can find that they tried to burn. Right. Because basically, the Orthodox Church early on thrust us into the Dark Ages by burning so many books.
Sure.
They said, our way or the highway. If you read anything else, they famously say that they're getting rid of philosophy and it's going to be doctrine alone. Getting rid of, they burned Plato and Socrates and Pythagoras. They didn't care.
Yeah.
This is not a good look.
Well, I'm with you. You just burn ideas you don't like. That's not wise.
The Pope goes over to burn down the Library of Alexandria in 391. Mm-hmm. If it was up to him, he would have burned the whole thing. Luckily, he only burned a portion of it, but some of those books were burned.
Right.
And that was their approach. And to me, that doesn't look like that was the hand of God doing all this.
Sure.
That looks like exactly how politicians work.
Right.
It's ugly.
Sure.
And it was all chaotic, especially after 70 AD. You had all these views, all these books, and all of a sudden the Jews, the Pharisees, they start coming down on Christians. Like they killed Jude, the brother of James, the brother of Jesus, James the Just, who was the most respected Christian out of everybody in the world. He was the bishop of Jerusalem.
Right.
They killed him just for being a believer in Jesus. And then you have Paul going around preaching his gospel, writing all these letters, going to all these churches. The disciples are like, what is Paul teaching and who gave him this authority? He never even met Jesus.
Right.
So some people say scripture, to make it in the canon, you had to know Jesus, be a disciple,
right,
or be a...
Or have an encounter, like a... Yeah, what they'll say the road to Damascus was Paul's encounter.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
Well, then 70 AD comes along, everything gets destroyed in the region. Mm-hmm. Now the whole region is in shambles. Nobody knows what's left of these writings. What do we have left? The Christians flee the area. All the Jews are torched. The whole area is in shambles. Okay, what do we need? We need to start putting these writings together. We need to, what do we have left? We have some of this, we have some of this. We have Paul. We have Paul's writings.
Yeah.
He was the most outspoken, and sometimes the squeaky wheel gets the grease. But what else do we have? We all thought the Lord was going to return in our generation, our lifetime. They all believed that.
Right.
And then something called the delay of the parousia became a term, meaning, well, there's obviously some kind of a delay. What's happening?
Because we're still here.
Because we're still here.
Yeah.
What's happening? Everybody was in utter confusion. All the Christians, all the Jews. It was just a time of confusion where, now what? The temple's destroyed. We got to pull some books together. And over the next couple hundred years, they're just trying to pull books together. And it wasn't even official. Athanasius was the first one in the 4th century to say this is the canon I like.
And that's the canon we have today.
And that's pretty much the canon we have today.
Well, except for the Apocrypha. What we would call the
Except
Apocrypha.
for he included the 7.
Sure.
He included the 7. But after the destruction of the temple, we didn't have any Gospels yet. Like, we better hurry up and write some Gospels. Well, this is 40, 50, 60 years after Jesus walked.
Right.
And they didn't have any Gospels yet. The disciples didn't write the Gospels. They had a lot of pseudepigraphic work, meaning they wanted to use names that people thought might be the Gospel.
So you don't think, like, Matthew was written by Matthew? And
Not the disciple Matthew, absolutely not.
Just some other guy named Matthew.
Yeah. Or a ghostwriter used the name Matthew to make people think it was Matthew.
Right. That's what sounds like you're getting at.
Yeah.
Like they wanted people to think it was written by Matthew the disciple.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, like Jesus said, some of you will be here, some of you won't when 70 AD happens.
Right.
Well, a lot of people had died, and they didn't they didn't have a gospel message yet. Well, so they write these gospels, and they write all these teachings of Jesus, and then you have Paul over here. He could care less what Jesus said. Paul didn't write about Jesus' teachings, not once. Paul didn't care about what Jesus said. He had his own gospel, and he called it my gospel. My gospel this, my gospel that. The disciples didn't like Paul. Paul says, I'm called by Jesus himself, and I've had an epiphany that Jesus was a blood sacrifice for our sins.
So you think Paul came up with that doctrine?
I think Paul came up with that doctrine because Paul was a Pharisee of Pharisees. He was really steeped in the tradition of blood sacrifices. He was always doing it at the temple. And so he had an epiphany one day, and he thought that was from God. Well, why does your gospel take precedence over Jesus's teachings and all the disciples? They were around him every day. They never heard Jesus say that he was going to die for the sins of the world.
Well, he said he came to lay his life down, right?
Well, he came, and he knew that his teachings were what's going to kill him. And he says, I've sacrificed my life for you guys. I came here to teach you guys, and I know that it's going to be the death of me.
Right.
So that was his version of, I'm laying down my life for you guys to teach you this.
So what was the motive and the purpose behind what he was teaching them then? Just to make them better people? Teach them to be nice and to do the right thing? He wanted to show them what Christ consciousness looks like, and which means if you know yourself and you look within, you will find the Father, the true Heavenly Father. I don't think Yahweh was the true Heavenly Father. Okay.
And this is where Gnostic teachings come in. They found the Nag Hammadi texts in Egypt in 1945. The Christians burned all the other books. This group of believers had to hide these books in big clay pots, and they were finally found in 1945, and they all had teachings of Jesus in there. And these teachings of Jesus correlated with what Jesus was saying, but it expounded on them and said basically that Christ consciousness is how you know yourself and know that you are one with the Father.
So how does that slide though with like Jesus saying deny yourself, take up your cross and follow me, if the whole idea is to, you know, kind of what you're saying sounds like kind of put self first in a sense, like get to know yourself, not get to know Jesus, not to get to know, you know what I mean? It sounds like the opposite to me.
Let me read you a couple of Jesus quotes from the Gnostic Gospels. This one's called The First Apocalypse of James. Free yourself from this blind idea that you are merely a case of flesh which encircles you. Then you will reach him who is. Then you will no longer be James. Rather, you are the one who is. So he's saying you're not just your flesh.
Yeah.
There's a
I would agree with
spirit and a
that.
soul within you. And once you realize that, then that's your first step to enlightenment.
Right.
That you are also one with the Father,
Right.
as I am one with the Father.
Well, that's a pretty standard Christian belief though, right? That we're flesh and spirit.
In the dialogue of the Savior, the disciples asked, who is the one who seeks and who is the one who reveals? And Jesus answered, the one who seeks is the one who reveals. That for which you are seeking is within you, he says again. The living God dwells in you and you dwell in him. And Matthew begs Jesus, please let me see that place of life where there is no evil, only pure light. And Jesus responds, you can't see that light as long as you remain in a body. And Matthew insists that he wants to know the divine reality, and Jesus answers, each one of you who has known himself has seen it. And know thyself is an ancient philosophical and esoteric term used by Socrates and Buddhists, and Taoists, Hinduists.
Okay.
And you see the way Jesus talks, and it's always along the lines of, to know the Father, the true Father, it's already within you. And to an extent, I think he's rebutting Judaism. And he's saying it without saying it, that you have been worshiping the wrong Father, the wrong God, because Yahweh is the polar opposite of Jesus. And if you look at the Yahweh of the Old Testament and what Jesus taught, they're polar opposites.
Well, and that's the biggest critique, right, from the outside world, where they'll say, well, the God of the Old Testament was a mean, nasty tyrant who was warmongering and sending people in to kill all the women and children of a city, and then Jesus was peace-loving and happy and love your neighbor and all that kind of stuff, right? And that's kind of the contrast that they use to prove that it's not the same God.
Yeah, and I think Jesus agreed with them. In fact, when Jesus was talking to the Jews, they were not receiving his message very well.
Right.
And he kept saying, well, my Father is this way.
Yeah.
Your Father is that way.
Yeah.
And on the Sermon on the Mount, he would say, you have been told this, but I tell you this.
Right.
You've been told an eye for an eye, but I say turn your cheek.
Yeah.
So he's negating the teachings, a lot of the teachings of these Jews. And when he was talking to these Pharisees, he said, if God were your Father, you would love me. I came from God, and I'm here. I came not of my own accord, but he sent me. Right. Why do you not understand what I say? It is because you cannot bear to hear my word. You are of your father, the devil, and your will is to do your father's desires. He was a murderer from the beginning and does not stand in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he lies, he speaks it out of his own character, for he is the liar and the father of lies.
Yeah. So these are Jews who believed in the Old Testament, the Tanakh, the whole thing, and there's God in there, God this, Father this, I'll talk about. Then Jesus shows up on the scene and he says, you're of your father, the devil. So now, do you think Jesus is literally referring to the
Yahweh.
Father in the Old Testament? Or do you think
whenever Jesus uses the term Father, he's talking about the transcendent God.
Okay.
And there's a God of this earth.
Right, that they're following.
Right. Which is Yahweh. And Yahwehism is based on the God of the Old Testament, or the God of this earth. You know, the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. Yeah. Dozens of scriptures say in the Old Testament say he's the God of this earth. And in the New Testament, Jesus came to cast out the God of this earth.
Right.
And so
are you saying then, just so I can clarify, you're saying that Yahweh is the father of lies? Is that what you're saying? Okay,
yes,
just to make sure. Okay, gotcha.
So that's
probably a really popular belief among churchgoers.
Yes,
yeah.
Absolutely. But it explains.
Bet you get a lot of applause with that one.
I don't talk about it. I study any more these days for myself,
right? For
my own curiosity.
Sure.
I don't care. To reach out to the Christian community.
Right.
I could care less.
Yeah. That's awesome.
I left them long ago, and it was, and there was just so much tumult in the church, and it's just eating each other and pointing fingers at other slightly different Christian views, and just talking trash left and right. And as I walked out of that, it was like walking out of a storm. It was just peaceful. Right. Finally peaceful, and I can just study what I want, how I want, when I want, where I want.
Which I would agree is sad that it's become that in some ways, right? Like I think that no matter what no matter what spiritual belief system you hold or what you're seeking, you should always be allowed to study whatever you want, right? There should be no shunning about maybe exploring something, or like if I told somebody, hey, I read, God is Not Great by Christopher Hitchens, I might have some Christians say, you did what? Why would you read that? Yep. And I'd be like, well, because I'm curious. Like, maybe he has a good point. And if someone said to me, oh, Ryan, that you should never do that, I would say, well, that's wrong of you. You shouldn't tell me I should never. Why should I never do that? Because if Christianity's true, it's going to stand up in the face of all of this anyway. Right. So why am I so scared? Or not me, but the person who's telling me, why is that person so scared to examine this? It's either true or it's not true. So what are you so worried about?
Well, the first thing to me, in order to come to the closest thing to truth and have the freedom to do it, is to get rid of all fear.
Right.
Once you get rid of fear, then your mind opens up to study and see things you otherwise couldn't have seen.
Sure.
Because fear is a huge motivator in a negative way.
Right.
And so when I became a preterist, it kind of got my feet wet in just having different views, different beliefs. And then when I became a universalist, a biblical universalist, I can prove in Scripture that if Jesus died for sins, he died for everyone's sins. I can prove that in Scripture. Well,
I would agree with that statement. I agree he did die for everyone's sins, but I also think that you have to receive the gift. I don't think it's just bestowed upon you. Right, so that's the difference.
I think you believe that in spite of Scripture.
Okay.
Not because of.
Okay.
But
I'm saying is that's what you'd have to prove to me, not just that Jesus died for everybody's sins, because I agree with you on that. Right. You'd have to show me that not only that, but that literally bestows that blood or that covering over everybody, whether they believe it or not.
Yeah. Yeah, and I could do that.
Okay.
I almost wrote a book on that too, but I was over it. I think
You're like, moving on.
It's been a long time, but I think my favorite verse is in 1 Corinthians 15 that says, as in Adam all die, likewise in Christ all are made alive.
Right.
It's like, this is a direct comparison. What was the all under Adam? It's everyone.
Right.
And they said the same all is made alive in Christ. And then there's a whole bunch of verses that follow suit like that. And then Paul comes up with these weird scriptures like, all will be saved, especially those who believe. Like, what does that mean?
Right.
What does that mean? What does that even mean?
That's a weird. Yeah, that is a weird.
All are saved.
See, I'd have to break it down. I'd have to look at it.
But then it's weird when you read scripture topically to where you see it all together. You're like, how did I miss this every time I read across that?
Right.
And because you put them all together, similar to the preterist time text, you put them all together. There's just no denying it. But
where does that? Okay, so where does that? Okay, so you've gone through so many different. So you're in the church. You're a Protestant Christian. Then you start believing the preterist view. The church says you're a heretic.
Yeah.
And you say, all right, I'm out of here. Yeah. So then you go out of that, and then you become a universalist.
Yep.
So as you're a universalist, are you retaining your preterist view, or have
Absolutely.
you? Okay, so those go hand in hand.
Oh, they do. They go hand in hand.
Okay, and then so after that, is that kind of where you are now?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so.
After that, I started reading books as well, like God is Not Great, and listening to Sam Harris, the Four Horsemen, Sam Harris, Christopher Hitchens, Daniel Dennett, and the biologist.
And Lawrence Krauss.
Evolutionist. Lawrence Krauss, too, he was good. And I studied a little more about prophecy and learned more about Daniel, like how Daniel was probably written in 167 AD and not like 600 AD when they thought. And it's easy to write down prophecy, air quotes, when you write it after the fact.
Oh, it's easy.
Yeah,
you just write what happened.
Yeah.
Piece of cake.
Yeah. And it seemed, and when you look at the book of Daniel in that light, you're like, well, that's why he got so many things wrong about who are the reigning kings in 600. He's writing as if he's living in 600 BC, whereas He's not. He wrote it in 167. That's why he got so many errors with who the kings were way back then. He didn't think anybody would fact check him.
So do you think he was purposely trying to make it sound like futuristic prophecy, but it wasn't?
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly. Because right after he got all these things right, I think he tried to say what was about to happen because he got a bunch of things wrong right after that. Mm-hmm. That's why they can say, well, he wrote this in 167, right after Antiochus Epiphanes stormed the temple, did this, and this. He nailed them. He nailed them perfectly because that's what happened in 169, 168. And then he got a series of things wrong. He's like, well, that's right where he wrote the book. Right then, in that time period. And then the Christian interpretation as well, he got all those right because it was legit prophecy that he wrote back in 600. Mm-hmm. But he got the rest went wrong. He stopped right there, and those are for the future. 2,500 years in the future, and we're almost there.
Yeah.
The end is near. And that's when those ones are going to come about.
Okay.
But I was like, well, if that could happen, and the Gospels were most likely written right after 70 AD, then they probably did the same thing with all these prophecies of Jesus, that one stone shall not be left upon another.
Right.
And I'm still up in the air about that one.
Okay.
There's still more research to be done because I'm actually getting back into more studying of these scriptures, as well as the Gnostic scriptures and the Dead Sea Scroll scriptures, of which they had a whole bunch that we don't have in our canon, and yet they were everyday reading for them. Mm-hmm. And their book of Daniel had 4 different versions. They had a lot more in their books of Daniel than we do. Okay. Why don't we have any of that?
Right.
So it's just a mess. The whole thing's a mess, and I'm like, I'm over it.
So so going back to the canonization, do you think that should happen ever? Or do you think it's just whatever books were written at that time should just be thrown in there and said, okay, this is scripture? Or this is writings of early church people, and therefore it should be considered the same. It's all the same.
Well, they wanted to give off the impression that it's a neat and tidy scripture.
Yeah.
And in order to do that, they had to make some decisions. Mm-hmm. But there's nothing neat and tidy about what happened. It was a mess, and they left out a bunch of the books that all the churches were reading, like the Book of Enoch. Yeah. Like the 7 book. Well, the 7 books were in there.
Yeah. Well, I guess what I'm asking is, if you were back then, and you were put in charge, and they said, "All right, Ryan, it's up to you to decide how we're going to figure out which books are going to go in the canon." Do you just say all of them?
I would say all of them.
Okay. There would be no testing, no anything, just any books that any Christian and any early church guy said is any way remotely attributed to scripture.
Well, that's what they did for 400 years anyway.
Okay.
For
and
400
you think that's a good
years,
you think that's good? Like a good idea?
Well, it's better than what happened because what happened was they got a monopoly.
Yeah.
And once they got a monopoly on the canon, they got a monopoly on the church, the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
And they leave things out even though it's not incorrect. Mm-hmm. They might not like one verse of this whole book, and so they leave the whole book out. Right. That's a lot of knowledge they left out of there.
Sure.
That could tie a lot of things together.
Right.
So...
Well, I mean, if they had like a book, and again, I know you talked about the Gospels weren't necessarily there yet, but like if there's a book where Jesus says, the famous, "I am the way, the truth, and the life, no man comes to the Father but through me," and then let's say somebody brings up a writing and says, "I think this should be put in the canon. It's inspired of God," and then they read through it, and there's one part that talks about how there's many ways to heaven. Jesus is not let's say it explicitly says Jesus is not the only way, and it just completely contradicts what he said over there. So you kind of have to take one or the other, because if you put them both in, then you have a contradiction, right? And that doesn't seem accurate.
But I don't think there's a huge problem with contradictions. I think the worst problem is when you get rid of stuff that could have been helpful, and the canon that they have has contradictions in it anyways.
The one they have now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's contradictions in the Gospels themselves, and
Like actual contradictions. I want to hear some because I've had people
Yeah.
present some to me before, but they don't seem like real contradictions.
There's
to me.
actual contradictions. So if you're going to have contradictions anyways,
Yeah.
why not just throw it all in there?
Right.
Because down the road, you give people time to sort out all of these books,
Yeah.
and you're going to get a better picture than if you left them all out.
Okay.
We would be so much further along in our understanding.
Yeah.
But instead, we let the Catholic Church just completely take over.
Right.
For 1,500 years, we know how beautiful that went.
Well, and that's why the Reformers came in, right?
Yeah, but by then, the damage was done.
Yeah.
And you have the Catholic Church
Okay.
just wreaking havoc on the whole world, thrusting us into the Dark Ages.
So you're a big fan of Catholicism, is what it sounds like. That's what you're saying.
It's Christianity. It's just the way they did Christianity.
Yeah.
But, but right now, I think everybody is kind of worshiping Yahweh and the God of Paulianity. Paul just took over Christianity,
Okay.
and I don't think he was warranted to do that.
So you think he was like a satanic plant put in there to kind of to throw things in disarray?
I think he was a Pharisee of Pharisees who loved the idea of blood sacrifices.
Okay.
And I think he had an epiphany one day and claimed that it was God telling him that, oh, Jesus was a human sacrifice. Even though Jesus himself says, I do not desire sacrifice. I don't like sacrifice. Even as the God Yahweh of the Old Testament got a little bit wiser in his old age, he says, you know what? I'm over sacrifices. I don't desire sacrifices. I desire a contrite heart.
Well, but he's talking about because their sacrifices had just become routine, ritualistic. There was no heart in it.
Absolutely.
Right? It was just going through the motions,
Yeah.
which he's all throughout the Old Testament talks about how he wants the heart, not the action.
If my people will humble themselves and repent, I will heal their land and forgive them of their sins.
Right.
There is plenty of verses, and even from Yahweh, which I'm not a big fan of, saying that I don't need sacrifices for forgiveness.
Right.
And even in Leviticus, if you can't afford a goat to slaughter, bring me some wheat or something. Whereas Paul is saying there could be no remission of sins without blood.
Right.
That's wrong. That's just wrong.
Okay, so if Jesus was, let's say he showed up on the scene when Paul's already written all the epistles, and Jesus is sitting next to Paul and he's reading through the epistles, you think Jesus is like, dude, you are
screwed the
whack-a-doodle.
It was a major blunder.
Okay.
He completely ruined Christianity.
Okay.
He completely ruined Jesus' message, which is probably why he never, ever quoted Jesus.
Yeah.
He was an egotistic dude
Yeah.
who just wanted to go around and get his message spread about his epiphany of human sacrifice. And even though Jesus and even the shady character Yahweh wasn't into sacrifice, he made sure that he got his gospel in there.
Yeah.
And the that just wasn't the message of Jesus. Simply, Jesus' message is, I'm going to show you how to reach the transcendent Father, or what some people call the source, or I don't like to use the word God because it's tainted by Paul. It's tainted by Yahweh. But if it was up to if we followed Jesus' teachings, we would be more like meditators, like a Buddhist. And it makes me wonder why Jesus came to that region of the world, because Taoism was already in effect in the East. Buddhism was already going on. Those guys knew how to communicate with the eternal consciousness, or the source, just exactly how Jesus was teaching. He says, go into yourself and you will find the Father. You will find that you are more than just flesh and blood. And he would negate the God of the Old Testament a lot. He had all chances all day to use the word Yahweh. Yahweh said this, Yahweh said that. He didn't. He never talked about the God of the Old Testament in a good light.
You're talking about Jesus, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
He would say, my Father does this.
Right.
Your father does this, but my father does this.
Right.
And if you follow my way, you will find life.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Paul was saying the same thing. If you follow my way, you will find life. So Jesus was at odds with Paul's teaching.
So do you think then, man, I'll get all these thoughts going through my head. This is cool. So do you think Jesus died?
Yes.
Okay. And do you think he came to die, or do you think he came to teach and they killed him and that wasn't part of the plan and it's just what happened?
I think he came knowing his message would get him killed.
Okay. But the purpose for him coming wasn't to die,
No.
in your view?
No.
Okay.
He knew he was going to die.
Okay.
His message didn't sit well with the Jews.
Mm-hmm.
And he said his piece, and they killed him. And
Did he rise again? Do you think he rose again? Or no?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure yet. But I'm going through the place where I'm at right now is I'm basically a mystic or esotericist.
Natural mystic, like Bob.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good song. Maybe that's one of them. And yeah, mysticism, Christ fits right into mysticism. Christ consciousness is eternal consciousness. Buddhist consciousness is eternal consciousness. And the things that the depths people can reach in spirituality through some meditative states goes right along with Jesus. I'm trying to give Jesus the benefit of the doubt. Jesus is my homie. We have a long history together. I have no problem if I figure out that all of these teachings about him were created by the scribes. The scribes like to add things and take things away from scripture, and that was preceding them. For example, the whole ending of Mark isn't the original
Right.
gospel.
Right.
Like the last 9 verses, the scribes wrote in.
Sure.
And
That's pretty universally held, I think, by...
historically speaking, there's 4 different scribes that came up with an ending to Mark because they didn't like the ending, because the ladies went to the tomb and they didn't know what to do.
Right.
And so they walked off.
Which is dumb. You can't just rewrite an ending if you don't... I mean, I would have rewrote every ending to every Stephen King book there is if that was the case.
Yes.
Because that guy can't end a book.
But somehow the scribes wrote in an ending for the original gospel.
Yeah.
That has profound implications
Right.
about what you think scripture is.
Yeah.
Because if they can do that, then what else have they done? It's just kind of willy-nilly. So they took a paragraph out of Matthew, they took a paragraph out of Luke and John, and they kind of slid it in there for a nice ending. And there's some weird stuff in there too. If you get bit by a snake, it won't affect you.
Yeah.
Why would he throw that in there?
Right.
That wasn't in there. Nobody told the Appalachian Christians who were over there handling snakes.
Well, you would say because it could happen to Paul, so he wanted to be able to write that in there. Or supposedly happened to Paul.
What, the snakes?
Yeah, the snake. Remember the snake latched on his hand and he just shook it off into the fire and they were all amazed.
Yeah, that's probably why they threw that in there.
Acts, yeah, they're like, we got to make Paul look really good here.
Yep. Yeah, because Paul became the man.
Yeah.
So, the Bible, the whole hell thing.
Okay.
And I don't think Jesus taught about hell either in terms of eternal conscious torment, which is the definition of the Christian church from early
Lake
on.
of fire, hell, yeah.
Yeah. So when Jesus talks about hell, he's talking about Gehenna, which is a part of Jerusalem where they burn all the trash.
Yeah.
And so he's basically saying that is where your thinking, your lifestyle is going to lead you. And he was probably referring to Jerusalem of 70 AD, which fits right in to Preterism. And that is the one thing I left out of the book, because when I finished the book, I hadn't tackled heaven and hell yet. But when you look at all the references to Jesus talking about hell, it's referring to the destruction of the temple and everything that goes with it. And he was speaking apocalyptically, just like the prophets did. You can break down every single sentence that Jesus talked about. The flames of hell will not be extinguished. And there's prophets that say that similar verses of when the temple was destroyed the first time around.
Right.
It's the same language. And when it happened the first time around, there was all this same apocalyptic language, and the hell fire would not be quenched. It doesn't mean that it's eternal. It didn't get quenched. And so I wish I would have succinctly put that in with the rest of the preterist message.
Right.
It all comes down to one central message, that hell is not some eternal place where non-believers are going to go. Again, Pollyanity.
So the lake of fire, do you believe that's real, but just that it's not eternal, or?
Well, you got to break each one down, but
Right. Well, lake of fire says it was reserved for Satan and his angels.
yeah. Well, first of all, I don't think that all scripture is God breathed.
Sure.
So you got to take that with a grain of salt. So
Do you
whoever,
think some of it is?
I think everything Jesus actually said
Okay.
was.
Gotcha.
Because he was sent by the transcendent Father,
Okay.
not Yahweh.
Okay.
But the hard part is we don't know exactly what Jesus said.
Okay.
We hope that they got it right, but we know that the scribes would write things in to support what they already believe. That's the hard part.
Right.
It is impossible to tell exactly
Right.
what Jesus said.
So how can we ever come to, or can we, I guess is the question, can we ever come to a place where we can say, I know the truth. I found the truth.
No.
Okay.
No.
Then why should we even try?
Because they're...
That's because it's like a fool's errand.
Because you can get a long way there. But the
Okay.
problem is, most of the best stuff that I've found in spirituality isn't in the Bible.
Right.
The Bible is just one of the puzzle pieces
Sure.
of this whole thing.
Right.
I've put thousands of puzzle pieces on my table, and the Bible is just one of them.
Okay.
And once you do that, you can see a huge picture, and you get so much closer to the truth than Pollyanity.
Right.
And
But how do you know any of those puzzle pieces are true?
because they support each other in ways that are otherwise impossible. And
Okay.
I'll talk about that in a minute.
Okay.
But hell is a misinterpretation of Jesus for people who want to believe in hell. And what I found the most in universalism is that Christians are more offended that everyone is going to go to heaven than they are knowing that some of their friends and family are going to hell. Does that make sense? They're more offended by everyone going to heaven than they are that people are going to hell.
You mean people that they don't want in heaven? Like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
They would prefer...
Oh, you're reassuring everybody's going to heaven,
Yeah.
back to the universalist view.
They're more offended by
Gotcha.
universalism than they are that a loving God would torture people forever.
Right.
And to me, that speaks volumes about why Christians are the way they are. And,
Yeah.
and there's this, they just love this sense of moral superiority. I have this ticket to heaven,
Right.
whereas everyone else has to burn in hell forever because of my loving God is going to do that.
Yeah, but I haven't met a whole lot of Christians who like, I use that word loosely, like the idea of eternal hell. I don't think they like it. I mean, it's different to say, I believe it's true, or that it does exist, or that it is eternal. That's different than saying, and I think it's great. I think it's wonderful. I'm so glad there's people getting tortured for eternity.
Well, you listen to a lot of pastors, a lot of sermons over the years, and the pastors up there, well, Paul said, if you let them be accursed, they're a heretic, and the audience is just clapping. But we are not those people, It's just
Sure.
they're going to be accursed. They're going to hell,
Right.
and people are clapping about it.
It's eternal hell is what I'm talking about. That's the hard part. I think for the most of them, they'd say, well, yeah, I want to have some kind of punishment for the child rapists and the serial killers and those kinds of people, right? We'll pick the worst people in the world, not just the normal sinners. And we'll say we want that, but forever, I don't know, like pain and suffering forever seems a little harsh, right? I think most Christians...
A little harsh?
Yeah, well, more than a little harsh. But that's where most Christians, I think, they would admit that. They still might say they think it's true, and the Bible teaches it or whatever they'll say, but I don't think there's a lot of people that say, yes, and I'm so glad hell's eternal, and that people are going to suffer for eternity. I don't know. I don't know if I know a lot of people that would say that.
Yeah. Well, I've run into pointing out verses, all the verses in the Bible that say, well, if Jesus died for anybody, he died for everybody. And it's just, oh, how dare you? You know, it's just, and if I say, well, on the other side of the coin, well, what kind of a loving God would torture people for eternities? Well, then it's all the excuses come out.
Right.
It's like, do you see what's going on here?
Yeah.
But that was one of my stages, and I haven't talked about universalism in like 15 years,
but you're not there anymore, universalism.
No, because I don't think Jesus was a human sacrifice to begin with.
Gotcha. Okay.
There's no such thing as a human sacrifice in heaven and hell, and the irony of this Gehenna, or what Jesus called hell, became that place because the Old Testament prophets saw what was going on in the region of Tophet, and they were sacrificing some children to Baal, and so the prophet said, if we find you sacrificing any kids, burning them, then you will immediately be stoned. And so it was a disgrace to sacrifice people, first of all, and which ties into a few things. Human sacrifice is bad to begin with. Hence, Jesus wasn't a human sacrifice.
Even if it's voluntary, even if it's self-voluntary, you're
even
not
if
being sacrificed.
Yeah, even if it's voluntary, blood sacrifice was not the end game. Second of all, they were to be stoned if they put their children through fire, even though they're only going to burn for an hour before they die.
Right.
Whereas the same prophets of the same Yahweh said he's going to burn his children, but not just for an hour, not just for a million years, but for eternity. There's just so many contradictions going on.
Right, but do you think that the same things need to apply to God and people? Like, do you think there's things God's allowed to do that people are not? Like, if he's the creator of all the universe, can't he say, you can't do this, even if he does it? Or do you think that's not okay?
That's not okay. You can't.
To you, that would make him a hypocrite.
You can't have two different standards. I think.
Well, I don't know if I agree.
I think the supreme God needs to set a standard for
like an example.
An example of what love and grace is, like Jesus taught. But the God of the Old Testament was a jealous, petty murderer, and he killed. If you add up his deaths, it's about 2.5 million people he killed because for this reason or that reason, and they weren't even good reasons. Like the prophet who didn't have hair, and so the 12 children called him
the bears,
baldy, and so God sends bears to kill the children.
The lesson,
petty nonsense.
The lesson is don't mess with bald guys, man.
I agree.
We're all for it.
You and I agree. There's so many petty examples of why would a loving God do this?
But this is difficult in a sense because it's hard for me anyway, and this is just me speaking my own opinion here, to look at things God does and then say, well, that's petty. Like, in my opinion, it might be petty, but I'm not God, right? God knows more than I do. He has reasons that I might not know about or understand. Right, and it gets back to that he gives life, he can take away life. I mean, he is the author of life, so I think in that sense he has more of a right to take life than I do. I can't go kill some guy because I don't like him, but God can remove him from the earth. I don't think that should be the same standard.
See, to me, that sounds like falling in the line of making excuses for a God that is just flat out ignorant and arrogant. But it's not just me. I mean, you read, that's why a lot of people cannot come to Christianity. Because,
I know.
Because to them,
I know.
I can't even step in the door
Right.
if this is how your God acts.
Right. But see, that's hard for me because that's us as people saying, you know what, God, you have to do the things the way I think you should do them. And if you don't, therefore you must not be the true God. Because I disagree with, and I'm down here as the creation going, I disagree with you and how you're handling things. Therefore you don't exist.
Yeah, but at the same time, as soon as you accept a God like that as the supreme being, it has profound implications on your psyche and your society, that when you make personal decisions about people and war, if that is the way your God acts, then I can act the same way. If my name is John Calvin and I don't like the way this guy thinks and I believe in heaven and hell,
Right.
and my God wouldn't want this guy teaching other people, then God will understand.
But see, that's what I'm saying. I don't agree with that. I don't think we can say if God does it, we can do it too. That's my whole point.
Yeah, but it just gets infused in our psyche, in our society, and you see it all throughout history. So you would be the exception. The rule is that people have been killing for this God the whole time, assuming it's okay because if heaven and hell is real, then you're doing God a favor.
Right.
And so we look at all the Crusades, the Inquisitions, the witch trials.
Right.
This is the norm.
Right.
You are the exception.
Right.
And
But I would say, if I say that's wrong, like, do you think it's possible for me to be right in saying that's wrong, but if God's doing that, it's not wrong?
say that again.
So, I know that was a lot of words. So if I'm like, if I consider, I know you're saying I'm the exception, but if I'm sitting here and I'm saying, I don't think it's right for me to go kill some guy because he's teaching something different than what I like or believe, even if it's a teaching that I think will lead people in the wrong direction. Even if some guy's teaching young children and saying, you know what, okay, here's some guns, I want you all to go in a shopping mall and shoot everybody up. I don't know if I have the right to go. I mean, I'm going to try to stop the guy or stop the kids some way, right? And I guess maybe if I have to kill them to do so to save all the lives of the other people, maybe. But that's not the hope that I'm hoping to stop them elsewise. I think I just made up a word.
I think so.
Hey, all words that are words weren't words before they were words. Just remember that. So, but then by the same token, I can say, but if God chooses to take somebody out for whatever his reasons are that I might not even know, and I say, I'm not going to say God's wrong because I don't know his reasons, right? I'm not going to say that God is petty or that God is a tyrant or God is all this as a mere human down here because he doesn't line up with what I think or just based on my lacking knowledge that he has more. And of course, this is all assuming that God is all-knowing, right? Which is my view. I guess if that's not a view someone holds, they could say, well, yeah, but he knows just what we know. Therefore, he's doing... I guess my point is, I feel like we're trying to put our own ideologies onto God and saying, well, if I think this, then therefore God needs to think that same way. And if he doesn't, then he's wrong. And I see a huge problem with that, because if he is truly the God of all the universe and he's created all of us and he has a plan and he knows what he's doing, and I'm down here knowing jack compared to what he knows, and I'm going to complain against him and say, you did the wrong thing. It just seems not right, you know?
Yeah, well, I guess I would disagree with the thinking and the logic behind that. But what if we go back to Jesus, he would say stuff like, what kind of a father would do this and this and that? What kind of father, when his children say they're hungry, would send them poisonous serpents to bite them?
Right.
And I think the Jews knew what he was talking about. The 40 years in the desert, the people were saying...
Oh, so you think he was saying the father was in the Exodus was wrong there? Because that's back to Yahweh again.
That's Yahweh.
So you're saying that was wrong for them.
They're in the desert for 40 years.
Yeah.
And all they have is manna, and they're complaining. And so God sends them serpents and bites and kills so many people.
I thought he sent quail.
No, he sent vipers to bite them. And remember,
they had to look.
Moses held up the stick and said, all those who are about to die from the snakes that Yahweh just sent, if you look upon this, you will be healed.
There you go. Solution. All you gotta do is look. All you gotta do is look upon it. You're saved, man. Right?
And so Jesus says, what kind of a father? He's not saying if he's your dad, whatever he says goes. Why? It doesn't make sense. Doesn't have to make sense because I said so.
Yeah.
Jesus didn't say that. He says, what kind of a loving father would do that?
But do you think there's any explanation there with him saying that other than him directly referring to that part in the desert where the serpents were sent?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think the Jews who know the Old Testament kind of thought about that.
Right.
Especially after he called Yahweh, in my view, especially after he called Yahweh a liar and a murderer, and that he's been a liar from the beginning. So I think Jesus did not talk lovingly about Yahweh. I think he's talking about his heavenly Father who sent him, which is source consciousness, the transcendent God that we can all tap into through Christ consciousness if we listen to the words of Jesus, because he is the way, the truth, and the life. If you listen to his words and not Paul's, we would be in a better state.
Okay.
If you let all the Gnostic scriptures in that sound a lot like Buddhism, then we would be on a better path, and there wouldn't be so much fighting. And all throughout history, all these religions groups fighting against each other, and that's why in the GPI, the Global Peace Index, the top 10 countries are always secular countries. Always, because there's none of this religious infighting. Like I said, once you accept these actions of Yahweh as, well, he's God, he can do whatever he wants, then you're embracing that kind of lifestyle. Just war was a philosophical view back in Socrates' time. Just war. This is the only time you can go to war. Well, they tweaked that and said, yeah, we like just war, but we also want to put our Christian slant on. If people are going to go to hell, it is now just for us to go convert them by force.
Right.
So,
but at the same time, if that's not what God wants you to do, I don't think we can take the actions of some people that are taking God's... I mean, that's like the January 6th. That's similar to January 6th, as people saying that, it's Trump's the reason why the people stormed the Capitol.
right.
But then you look at everything he said, and he never told people to storm the Capitol. But he implied it. Right? So then people can take what Jesus said and say, well, if you take that at face value, or Yahweh, or whichever verse we're talking about here, you take that at face value, and people take it to mean a certain thing, and then they go rampaging and warring and the Crusades and all this stuff. And if God's sitting back going, no, I didn't tell him to do that, so don't blame me for that. They're doing that. They're misrepresenting me right now by doing what they're doing. No different than some of the religious groups today in America that are doing crazy things and saying, "Oh, God told me to do it." They drown all their kids in the bathtub. Well, why'd you do that? God told me to. We can't blame God and say, well, obviously God told her to do it, therefore God's at fault. And no, God probably didn't tell her to do that, and she's nutso. Right? Yeah. That's probably what's happening there.
Well, you had this figure called Marcion early on. He was one of the teachers, and he wanted to exclude the entire Old Testament. He didn't think Christianity should have anything to do because Jesus and Yahweh were so drastically different.
Sure.
And I think if we would have taken his route, and he was the Orthodox guy, he was the squeaky wheel gets the grease. If he was the loudest, if he traveled and wrote as much as Paul, Christianity could have been like that. Jesus' teachings, the Gnostic Jesus' teachings, and there would be less violence. I just think there would be a lot less violence, and you look at the God of the Old Testament, there's just dozens and dozens of examples. 2.5 million people he killed.
Yeah.
I think of when he told Saul to go wipe out all the Amalekites, men, women, children, goats. He even said nursing children. Right. He made sure he added that in the list.
That's one of the most popular verses in the Bible. Everybody loves that one.
Oh,
Yeah, I love that. Such a nice one.
And then Saul goes, wipes out all the men, women, and children, but he keeps a few goats and he keeps the king so he can parade him around before he kills him.
Right.
But he didn't listen to God
Didn't
to
follow
the T.
directions, man.
And so he got fired from his job.
Yeah.
And Samuel slaughters the king for God right on the spot.
Right.
So he got punished. He wiped out all the men, women, children, the nursing babies.
Right.
But he kept a few goats for sacrificing to the Lord.
Right.
Instead of getting applauded, a little pat on the back, he got fired from his job.
Yeah. Well, here's a crazy question to ask you, though. How do you know that was wrong?
Well, this
for Samuel to kill the king and to do what God, or even better, how do you know it was wrong for Saul to take the army in and kill all the men, women, and children?
So you got me speechless here. It's a disgusting act. You can say that with any of them. With the bears, why was that wrong for him to send bears to kill the children?
But you understand what I'm saying,
I'm hoping
right?
this is a rhetorical question.
Well, okay, but it is, but it isn't. It just kind of goes back to what I was saying. Like, if God knows reasons behind things that we don't know the reasons for. That's what I'm talking about. If God came and told me right now, hey, I want you to go into the mall and I want you to kill a bunch of people, men, women, and children, I'm not going to be like, all right, here we go, let's go.
Why not?
Well, because first of all, I don't know if it's God. That's my first thing. I'm like, I'm losing my mind. This is nutso, right?
What if
he
asked you to sacrifice your children?
Same thing.
How do you think who was it, Abraham?
Abraham, yeah, and Isaac.
Felt when God asked him to sacrifice his children.
Exactly.
It's
that's
just
my point.
lunacy.
Well,
it's absolute lunacy.
Right.
And that was one of the things I felt bad for my brother-in-law when he came over. I was ranting like this. We were drinking. I said, if God asked me to do that, and I lifted up my two middle fingers and I said, there's no way on earth.
Right.
I'd say, take a hike. I'm worshiping the wrong God.
Yeah.
Sayonara.
Right.
Goodbye.
But what if, hypothetically, this is full on hypothetically, it absolutely 100% is the true God, the only God, the real God, and he asked you to do that. And you knew that. Like there was, 100%, there's no possibility it's anything but the real true God who created you and everybody and your kids and everybody in the whole universe. You would still say that.
Well, this is the line that we're talking about.
Okay.
It's not the one true God. This is
but hypothetically, if for the sake of the argument that I'm making, this is a hypothetical. I'm not saying it is true, but if it was true,
I would say take me.
Okay. But what if he said no? It's got to be your kids.
I wouldn't do it.
You wouldn't do it. Okay.
It just defies my morality, and this goes all the way back to Euthyphro's dilemma with the ancient philosophers. And Euthyphro's dilemma was, what makes something good?
Right.
Can we find good without God? Or does God give us the only definition of good? Is it good because God says it's good? Or is it good because we can find it through philosophy? And Sam Harris talks a lot about this too. And the conclusion is usually we can find goodness based on philosophy and first principles alone. And it starts with things like health. What's better, being sick or being healthy? Being injured or being healthy?
Well, what's the answer to that question, in your view?
Being healthy is better than sick. Being healthy is better than being injured. And
well, okay, but what if the outcome of being sick or injured is a good thing? What if the only way you're going to come to, well, let's take your own philosophy. What if the only way you're going to come to a true Christ consciousness or a true communion with the Father is for you to go through something like a severe illness or a severe injury? Let's say you're in the hospital for a year because you're in a massive accident and it takes a year for them to rehabilitate you. And you come out of that circumstance so much closer with God the Father, so much closer with the Christ consciousness than you could have ever dreamed of before that.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Would you look at that and say that injury was a in a sense kind of a good
that one,
thing?
yes, but I think that's an exception to the rule.
Okay.
Whereas the rule is the golden rule. Love your neighbor as yourself. If you don't want to be injured, don't injure your neighbor. So I think you have...
Oh, I agree. I don't think we should injure people, but I'm
Yeah.
saying if some psychopath comes and injures me, I'm just saying God could use that for a good purpose. So in a sense, it might have happened for a good thing. So when it first happens, me and my family would be going, oh my gosh, this sucks. God hates me. How dare God do this to me? I can't believe he let this happen. Yeah. And then a year later, I'm praising God for letting me get in that accident. You see, that's all I'm talking about.
No, those are awesome. I mean, there's stories like that all the time, Christian or non-Christian or whatever.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So, but back to Euthyphro's dilemma, I think that we have a brain in our head that can decipher, generally speaking, things that are good and things that are not. And when we do that and we see God acting opposite of that, we can't automatically adjust our conclusion of what morality is because this God did it. Well, okay, good. Well, God can do it, but we can't.
Right.
You know, that's...
Well, where do we get our view of morality from then? Like what, just from ourselves?
Well, that's what I was saying. Just from first principles, just from societies that are godless have first principles, and they come up with the golden rule by themselves.
Not always.
Not always, but like I said, the Global Peace Index shows that secular countries are always the most peaceful. So yeah, you can find morality without religion.
Oh, I agree with that.
And I see people all over the place.
But I don't know if you can find morality without God. I think there's a difference between...
Yeah.
Like in other words, I think there's plenty of atheists that have a moral code.
Absolutely.
But I think it's there because God wrote it on their hearts. I think it's there because God created them that way, even if they don't believe he exists.
Well, I would say that we can use reasoning to come to morality, based on the golden rule that anybody can come up with, and societies have multiple times without God. But you're saying it's written on their hearts or whatever,
right? Well, when you say without God, you just mean more like without a belief in God or in a specific religion. When I say without God, I'm saying like literally God doesn't exist. There is no God. It's just people. We're all here just by random chance. No creation, nothing. Just boom, here we are. My first question in that sense would be, well, where does morality come from? Would be the first question. But then the second one would be, who determines what morality is? Like if I was to walk up and slap you in the face and you said, "Ow, that's not nice. Don't do that." I'd say, "Says who?" And you say, "Says me," and then you'd slap me back, and I'd say, "Ow." Or whatever, and we go back and forth.
And I'd say that's why.
Yeah. Right. But ultimately there's no like higher morality that we're comparing to. We're just telling each other we don't like that.
I don't think it's written on our hearts like you're saying, because you can get this from game theory, and in game theory you can derive from a computer, and they've run these tests on who's the most successful computer character, who makes it the furthest, and they set up all these scenarios where this character always goes back on the agreement. This character is nice to every other character. This character is only nice to this character when that character is nice to him. And you run all these scenarios, and the one who is constantly backstabbing all the other characters always finishes dead last. And this is a computer sequence.
Right.
The one who is always the nicest finishes somewhere in the middle. But the one, there's one called tit for tat, is if you're nice to me, I'm nice to you. Those ones always finish in the top 5.
Which is the golden rule you're talking about.
Yeah. The one that always finishes on top is tit for tat +1. which is if you're nice to me, I'm nice to you. But every like fifth time you're mean to me, I'm still nice to you.
Mm.
And that's the one that always finishes first.
That's the turn the other cheek philosophy.
Yeah. So I'm not going to let you walk all over me.
Right.
If you screw me over, I'm going to negate our contract. But then I'll give you another chance. We'll be friends again. Mm-hmm. And then you show reciprocity, I show reciprocity. And it's just back and forth, green, 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 until you're red. And then I'm red again. Mm-hmm. And then three moves down the line, you're red. But guess what? This time I'm green. Mm. And that gains favor with the algorithm. And so this is morality in a computer simulation. So it doesn't need to come from religion or God. It can come from reason and common sense.
Which came from where, though?
I think that's first principles of logic.
Right, but see, you see where I'm going.
I do.
Right, it's like, where does logic even come from?
But
like,
where I stand right now,
uh-huh.
Logic comes from the ultimate consciousness, the source, the eternal transcendent mm-hmm. being, or I can't even call it a being, maybe energy or source or whatever you want to call it. I just don't like the term God because
sure.
it's been tainted to me
by
religion.
I get that.
So
that's why I don't like the term Christian. People ask me if I'm a Christian. I don't say yes until I find out what they mean by that. Because I could say yes to that question, and they could walk away thinking things about me that aren't true.
Yeah.
Right? So I want to make sure that I'm lining up with what their definition is first.
Yep.
You know?
Another one I don't use is believe.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that hasn't come up yet.
No, that's a good one too. I actually disagree with Christians a lot on that one.
Because believe is this black and white statement.
Right.
You know.
Well, what does it even mean, really? Like people say, I believe. Okay.
It means that you have planted your feet on one side. It's black and white. There's no gray. You've made up your mind. But I like to use phrases like at least think. I think it shows that you've actually put some thought into it.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Gotcha.
Or I think the data leans towards, mm-hmm. or things like that.
Well, that goes back to my problem with with talking about proof.
Yeah.
Well, I know for sure, 100% guaranteed, I have the proof. I'm like, well, no, I wouldn't say that. I'd say, from my studies, the evidence leans this direction, or it leans that direction, or from what I've seen at this point. Or maybe I'll say, my research is still in the stages. Like, I'm not very far into it. Right now, it's looking like this, but it could go either way,
Yes.
But anyway, so let's hit a few more things before we wrap up here, though. So,
we haven't touched on where I'm at today.
Let's hit it.
This is all history.
Okay, let's hit it, man. Let's go down your road here. Let's finish it out.
But just to look at this verse in Mark 4:11 says, "To you has been given the secret of the kingdom of God, but for those outside, everything is in parables, so that they may indeed see but not perceive, and may indeed hear but not understand, lest they should turn and be forgiven." So two things here. He says he speaks to the disciples secretly. He gives them secret messages of the true message of the kingdom of God. Mm-hmm. For everyone else, he gives them parables, lest they should turn and be forgiven.
Right.
Now, if he's talking about heaven and hell here, does this sound like something Jesus would say?
Yeah, if he's a Calvinist.
Yeah, I guess so, if he's a Calvinist.
Which Calvinist would say he was.
Yeah.
But I'm not. I don't know a Calvinist, so.
But we've already talked a little bit about heaven and hell.
Right.
And
and I would agree that there's plenty of verses that I could read and be like, wow, mm-hmm. that's either harsh or that I'm not sure I understand that completely. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't seem to fit here. But for me, they're all pretty. They're not like verses that are like, boom, that is definitely what that means, and there's no other possibility there. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? They're all like, well, it could mean that, but it could also mean this. You see, and then you got to kind of pick and choose which one you want, or just say, I don't pick either.
Yeah, I think Jesus was a ascended master, a teacher who came to kind of get that area on the right track, who in my view is worshiping a God that was demanding to be worshipped in a very unhealthy way.
Right.
And if they would have just listened to him, they would have been well off. But he said he spoke to the disciples themselves in Mysterion, or their secrets.
Right.
And the first question is, what was that? That's what I want to know about.
Yeah.
Which is where the Gnostic Gospels come in. Because all the Gnostic Gospels say this is the stuff that Jesus taught us in secret. And it's these Buddhist sounding things where know yourself and you will know the Father. You can call yourself I am, just as I call myself I am, because we are all connected in this expanse of consciousness.
Right.
And as the mystics would call this expanse of consciousness, the foundation, not materialistic science, as they would have you believe.
Right.
It goes deeper than just this materialistic science, because at the heart of it is consciousness. We got distracted by the keys.
I know, sorry. I tell you, man, this happens all the time. These animals, I swear. I wish I could send them all away somewhere when I do these.
So yeah, we want to know what they taught the disciples. And you read those Gnostic Gospels. There's 52 Gnostic Gospels in the, or Gnostic books in the Nag Hammadi texts, codices alone, found in 1945.
Right.
We find all this new stuff in 1945, those codices, as well as the Qumran cave, Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yeah.
We have a heck of a lot of new evidence we need to sift through that the Catholic Church tried to snuff out.
Yeah.
So,
but like when you look at that verse where he says, I speak to you in parables, so that, I forgot the exact, so that they don't understand or whatever, right?
Lest they be forgiven.
Yeah, but isn't he referring specifically to the parables that we have? But you're saying more he's talking about secret teachings that we don't have in Scripture that he taught the disciples privately.
Correct.
Okay, but how are you getting that out of that verse?
Well, he said, to you guys I speak the secrets of the kingdom, but to everyone else I speak in parables.
Oh, to everyone else I speak in parables. Yeah. Okay, gotcha.
Lest they know what you know and what I know.
Gotcha.
And so the question arises, well, what was that?
Right.
What was he teaching them?
So would those things that he's teaching them privately be like more an explanation of that parable, like an actual...
No, none of the parable stuff. He didn't teach the disciples in parables, and that's where the Gnostics say, "Well, this is what he was teaching us."
Right.
So,
but do you have any kind of like hesitancy with reading that and saying, "Oh, this is definitely what Jesus taught them," or do you just say,
absolutely? Because when I put all the puzzle pieces on the table, some of these Gnostic scriptures have some contradictions, just like the Bible, and so you just kind of have to read through them all because you're working through human beings.
Yeah.
And
but you're a human being also.
Yeah.
That's looking at them all.
Yep.
That's also fallible.
Yeah. That's why I said there's no way to completely, perfectly come to an affirmative truth answer with
but
final T.
We should try. Absolutely, because we can come close.
We can come very close.
Okay.
And that's where now is easier than ever in all of history to find these answers. And that's where my latest journey begins, just about a year and a half ago.
Oh, wow. Pretty fresh.
Yeah. And I don't know if we have time to get into it.
Yeah, let's finish with it.
Okay.
Let's finish with it.
Okay. Well,
this will be the last thing we talk about.
Like I said,
and wherever else it takes us, we'll see.
We'll see. But this is a whole 4 hours in itself.
Well, give me the condensed version.
I'll try
and
to
then
cram
we'll see.
it in.
Yeah.
But I went through so many things. I had to write stuff down. I already wrote stuff down just to keep it straight in my head. But I started, like I said, just being a science nut and just science. You know, I'm over this faith stuff based on dubious data. And so one thing that sticks out is when I learned about the double slit experiment. You familiar with that?
With the photons?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
So the double slit experiment is, you know, when they fire the photons through the two slits, and if it's not being observed, and they see the wave, the refraction pattern in the back, and if it is being observed, you see the two lines of the photons hitting the back screen. So their whole goal is to figure out why, when we witness the photon, does it change?
Right.
When you're witnessing it, it goes through one slit.
And by witnessing, you mean someone actually in the room. Because you could set up a camera and video it, right? Or would they consider that observing?
That's observing.
Also? So well, then how are they seeing the result without observation, without observing it?
Well, it all comes down to information. If you have the information of which way the photon went, then it's going to show you the photon going through one or the other slit. If you don't have any information on which slit the photon went through, then it creates a wave pattern of information, a refraction pattern on the back wall that looks like waves going through both slits and interacting with each other. In other words, this photon didn't go through either of the slits. It went through a wave of potentiality and interacting with itself, meaning that it didn't go through either slit. Which means that light is only probability, that matter is only probability. And this freaked out all the major scientists back in the day.
Oh yeah.
So this is at the heart of quantum mechanics.
Yep.
And then it goes even further when they split the atom by using a crystal. Then they can make this one atom quantum entangled with superposition and send it in two different directions. Have you heard of the quantum eraser experiment?
I'm not sure. Not based on just that, no.
So they split this atom and it goes in two different directions. The one on the left goes through the slits. The one on the right is either observed or it's not observed. When the one on the right is observed, then the one on the left shows the two slits in the background, meaning it knows it was observed because they're quantumly entangled. They're superposition. When the one on the right is not observed, then you get the refraction in the back. Well, then they move the observer to the one on the right further away than the one on the front. So if the one, when it goes through the two slits, it doesn't know if the other one's going to be observed or not. So by the time the one does or doesn't get observed, this one has already made its pattern. It's either the refraction pattern or the two lines.
Okay.
And so
what does that mean to you? Like, what's the conclusion there?
So the conclusion is the one on the right has a further distance. This one knew which pattern to show before that one was either observed or not. So there's retrocausality. So now we're talking about going backwards in time.
Okay.
So when I learned about all this stuff, then you realize that there's something deeper going on here. You know?
Well, bare minimum.
bare minimum.
Right, that's definitely, and I think everybody would agree on that, right?
Yeah.
We're seeing something we've never seen before, we can't explain, we don't know what's happening, right? That's why they all lost their minds when that happened,
Yeah.
right? And
Yeah.
but the question is kind of like, what does that mean? Like, what do we do with that information that we have now? So what did you do with that information, and where are you at with that? What does that mean to you?
Well, that just got me thinking, and then I came across some other studies about that included this. Like, have you ever heard of Dean Radin?
No.
Dean Radin did some studies on psychic phenomenon, and he's saying, well, this reacts in the same way because you know what? I'm losing it.
Are you?
I'm losing it.
Okay. You want to cut?
Yeah, we got to do this again.
Okay. We'll come back and we'll talk about that part.
Yeah.
Okay. Does that lead into the orbs and the whole thing? Is that where that's going? Or is that something different?
It's all connected.
Okay.
It's all connected.
Okay. Cool, man.
But
All right. Well, thanks for coming over.
yeah,
I had a lot of fun. This was fun. I got a lot of stuff to look into now.
We didn't cover
A lot of stuff.
we didn't cover the heart of what I wanted to get into,
Okay.
which is where I'm at now.
Okay. Do you want to do that real quick, or do you want to
No,
do it next time? We'll do it next time.
I'm losing my voice, losing my focus.
All right. Cool. Well, we'll do a part 2, man, for sure.
Thanks again for checking out this podcast, and please tell all of your friends about it. Don't let those shadow banning savages win the battle. Also, I would love to hear your feedback. You can contact me at whycan'twetalkaboutThat at proton.me. Make sure that you subscribe so that you'll be notified whenever new episodes are released. Thanks.
Well, that's why I'm not going to have you sing too much, since I'm giving you a cold drink to,
Oh, I should have brought my guitar, serenaded you with one of the
You
old
should have,
songs.
dude. You should have, man. That would have been good. I would have got all like weepy and excited.
harmonized?
Yeah, I would have thrown my panties on the stage and everything. That would have been cool. I really do still listen to that. I wasn't kidding about that,
That
by
was
the way.
so cool.
I really do. There's a lot of that I still listen to. 'cause
Surprisingly, I hear that every once
It's
in a
very
while.
cool,